Chapter 2210. Yuezhou City. Wang family. A huge mansion appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Although the mansion was huge, it was slightly dilapidated. There were obvious cracks on the stone lion at the entrance, and the paint on the pillars had fallen off due to old age. Even the door had obvious marks. At first glance, it looked like a down-and-out mansion. It wasn't hard to imagine how grand this mansion used to be, but no one cared about it now. At this moment, there was a group of people gathered in the hall of the mansion. They seemed to be discussing something, and they were all expressing their opinions. Do you know that Prince Jiang is going to cooperate with the Chui clan of Qinghe? Of course I know. I even heard that Mr. Yushan talked with Prince Jiang until late at night. Could it be that Prince Jiang is going to cooperate with the Chui clan of Qinghe to release this perfume into the market? Who knows? If that's the case, how can our Wang family rise again? Quiet down and listen to me. As he spoke, a man in his 40s walked out of the house. He had long hair and a face full of wrinkles. He looked kind and amiable. He was the head of the Wang family, Wang Shi. The Wang family was once glorious. During the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, the 9-rank system was the main selection system for officials. The 9-rank system placed great importance on one's family background, which resulted in the power of the already famous families to grow. The Wang family of Taiyuan was also one of the top families in the world during this period. Later on, due to certain matters, the family declined, and they were always thinking of rising up again. Everyone instantly quieted down. Wang Shi glanced at everyone and said, I already know about this. As for the cooperation between Prince Jiang and the Chui clan of Qinghe, it's not good for us. As for Prince Jiang's medicine, I don't know if it can save our Wang clan. Then, what does the head mean? A man in the crowd walked up and asked in confusion. Wang Shi was in a dilemma. He had endured for so many years, and now that Prince Jiang appeared, he saw the hope of revival. But could that small bottle of medicine really bring the Wang family back to life? He didn't know. If it failed, he didn't know how to face his family. Gamble? Or not? At this moment, these two decisions were impacting Wang Shi's heart. Previously, when little friend Zhang Feng came to his residence as a guest, he felt that little friend Zhang Feng was very reliable and even recommended him. After a moment of hesitation, his expression became resolute. He said, I want to believe in little friend Zhang Feng, and I also believe in the precious value of that small medicine. This time, I'm gambling on the fate of the Wang clan. After enduring for so many years, I can't continue like this. Wang Shi's hot-blooded declaration ignited the fire in everyone's hearts. In order to revive their family, they were willing to stake everything on this gamble. At the same time, on the west side of the Yuezhou prefecture, there was a small mansion close to the city wall. This was the once insufferably arrogant Yang family. All these years, the Yang family had been very low-key in Jiangnan because they were afraid that Li Shimin would think of them. However, for some unknown reason, they had been targeted a few days ago. As a result, their originally poor life became even worse. Although these years, the Yang family had been suppressing them, they could only endure it. It was not that they didn't want to report it, but that they didn't dare to report. Oh no, Mr. Yushan has visited Prince Jiang. At this moment, at the door of the Yang family, a breathless voice suddenly sounded. In an instant, the Yang family, who were in a state of panic, became furious. What? Bastard, what did you say? Mr. Yushan has visited Prince Jiang? At this moment, an old man in his 50s rushed out of the front hall with a crutch and asked. The clansman who had just returned from the outside told them everything that he had heard outside, tears and snot running down his face. What? Is Prince Jiang preparing to cooperate with the Chui family of Qinghe Chui? In an instant, all the Yang family, who had been driven out, were in an uproar. What should we do? If the Chui family of Qinghe cooperates with Prince Zhang, then wouldn't the perfume made by Prince Zhang be taken advantage of by the Chui family of Qinghe? That's right, then the Jiangnan market will be disrupted. The Chui family of Qinghe family will be the dominant force. At that time, the position of the Yang family will become more and more difficult. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They were already in a state of panic. If this happened, then it would be one disaster after another. Previously, Prince Zhang wanted to rope them in, but they did not agree. Now the Chui family of Qinghe family had taken advantage of them. What should they do? Is this small bottle really that valuable? I don't know, who dares to bet on this? Forget it. Otherwise, the loss will not be worth it. How could they not know about the matter of Zhang Feng? They had also heard about the matter of Chang and White Deer Academy, but they did not dare to bet the life and death of their entire family on a small bottle of perfume. If they failed, then all the efforts of the Yang family over the years would be in vain. Everyone fell into silence. Chapter 22:11. At the same time, after bidding farewell to Mr. Yushan, Zhang Feng returned to his room and asked Jia Daoran to call Jingshu in for a detailed discussion. At this moment, Jingshu opened the door and saw Zhang Feng, Yuyao, and Yu seemed to be discussing something. She then asked curiously, "Prince Zhang, what is it that you want to discuss?" Zhang Feng stepped forward and took Jingshu's hand to help her sit down. He looked at the three women and said lightly, "The auction will begin in 2 days. Next, we have to start preparing for the auction." Auction? Jingshu looked at Zhang Feng in confusion, and then looked at Yu and Yuyao. She didn't know that Jingshu wasn't there when she was talking with Mr. Yushan, so she was quite curious. Could it be that Prince Zhang had come up with some new tricks? Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Jingshu, I'm going to open an academy. All of my properties are in Chang'an, so Mr. Yushan and I have decided to open an auction in 2 days to earn some money for the academy's construction and open up a business route in Jiangnan." What? You also pulled Mr. Yushan to your side? This Mr. Yushan was a stubborn old man with a traditional mindset. Moreover, he was a great scholar of the Chui clan of Qinghe. How could he be involved in such a treacherous business with Zhang Feng? Jingshu looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. Zhang Feng chuckled and then pointed to Zhang Yuyao and Yu, saying, "Well, if you don't believe me, you can ask them." They were there. Zhang Yuyao and Yu nodded helplessly. This Prince Zhang was so prepared and farsighted. At first, they didn't believe that he could pull Mr. Yushan to his side. Now, they were convinced. Prince Zhang seemed to have a magical power that could make the impossible possible. Life was like a play, and it all depended on acting skills. They admired Prince Zhang very much. The facts were right in front of them. Jingshu couldn't help but admire Prince Zhang's talent and strategy. "Well, everyone is here. Let's show you something good first. Old Jia, prepare the carriage. Did you take down the workshop I asked you to set up before?" "Yes, it's in the alley to the right of the market." "Let's go. Lead the way." The group rushed to the workshop. This workshop was located in the bustling area of Yuezhou City. It was originally a small workshop that made colored glass. Colored glass was highly sought after in Jiangnan and was very precious. The owner of this small workshop was a middle-aged man who had been processing colored glass for more than 30 years. The business was mediocre. If he didn't open it, he would make a profit for 3 years. Suddenly, a person came one day and wanted to buy his workshop. At the same time, he would give him a sum of money every year to continue to take care of the workshop. The owner thought that it was his turn to be a good thing, so he agreed without hesitation. It turned out that the man bought the workshop because his master had the absolute skill of making colored glass, so he sent him to buy the workshop. A moment later, 2 carriages slowly drove over. A man in white and 3 beautiful women came down from the carriages. The owner saw that the people who came were dignified and dignified. They were definitely not ordinary people. When he saw the coachman, he was shocked. Wasn't this the person who bought his workshop? Could it be, the person next to him was the master who had the absolute skill of making colored glass? How could he be so young? He immediately went forward to greet him, bowed respectfully and said, "Master, are you the master who bought my workshop?" Zhang Feng nodded his head in acknowledgement. The owner had been processing colored glass for more than 30 years, and his skills were even more impressive. The man in front of him actually had better colored glass processing skills than him. He didn't believe it. Thinking of this, he invited everyone into the workshop. He wanted to see if the man in front of him was as powerful as the rumors said. As soon as they entered the workshop, everyone felt incomparably hot. They saw a group of craftsmen working on their positions. When they saw the owner come in, they nodded their heads and greeted him. The owner brought everyone to the furnace produced by the colored glass processing. The hot air that hit their faces made them sweat profusely. Then, the owner picked up a pair of tongs and was ready to show Zhang Feng his skills. He threw the colored glass into the hot furnace to heat it up. After a while, he picked up the tongs and molded the red-hot colored glass. A moment later, the colored glass was molded into the shape of a cup. He then put the glass into water to cool it down. After a while, he scooped up the glazed glass, and a glazed glass cup came out. The glazed glass cup was gray all over, and it really didn't look good. Perhaps the craftsmanship back then was just so-so. The boss proudly showed the glazed glass he made to Zhang Feng and the others. His craftsmanship over the past few decades was not just for show. Who would have thought that Zhang Feng would say, "This colored glass can't be used"? The owner's heart instantly turned cold. His craftsmanship was rejected. Just as he was about to refute, he heard Zhang Feng say, "You used carbon for this furnace, right?" The owner nodded his head. Then, Zhang Feng continued, "No wonder. The melting point of carbon is too low. You use coal to calcine it, raise the melting point, and increase the temperature to let the colored glass undergo a high degree of purification. The colored glass produced this way is what I want." Chapter 22:12. The boss was puzzled. He had never heard of Zhang Feng's method before. Could it be purified like this? Zhang Feng saw that the boss was puzzled and nodded, indicating that there would be no problem if he followed his method. The boss doubtfully changed the charcoal to coal, and the temperature of the furnace instantly rose. He picked up the glass and placed it in the furnace for calcining. Then, he molded it and put it into the water. After taking it out, a crystal-clear glass appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was shocked speechless by the glass in front of them. What was this? Why had they never seen this kind of glass before? It was actually transparent. It was too beautiful. The boss had been in the business for decades and had never seen this kind of transparent glass. Today was an eye-opener for him. He didn't expect this young master to have such skills. He couldn't help but admire him. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "In the future, you will follow this method to make glass." The boss looked at everything in front of him in disbelief and nodded numbly. Then, he waved his hand and sent the boss out. Zhang Feng looked at the three girls and smiled. "This is nothing. Let me process something you have never seen before." The three girls were curious. The glass in front of them was already so beautiful. Could there be something better than this glass? Zhang Feng picked up the sand and put it in the furnace to calcine and purify it. After a while, he took out a basin of red liquid. Seeing that the impurities on the liquid were almost transparent, he immediately waited for the liquid to solidify and put it in the water to cool it down. Finally, he took out a small piece of glass. What was this? Everyone was curious. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Old Jia, get a hammer and smash this glass." What was he doing? Jia Daoran took the hammer with a puzzled look. Smash! The glass didn't move at all. It was extremely hard. Everyone was shocked. How could this small glass be so hard? Seeing this, Zhang Feng picked up the glass and pinched it gently. The glass instantly shattered. What's going on? This glass is so hard that even a hammer can't break it. Why did it shatter so easily? This is the highest level of making colored glass. Dare I ask Prince Zhang, this method is, use the furnace to purify it. Purification? The surrounding craftsmen couldn't help but stop their work and gather around. Zhang Feng pointed to the forging table at the side, then picked out two relatively strong people from the crowd, and asked them to put a basin of sand into the furnace to be calcined, then purified, and finally molded. They took out an iron rod and molded the liquid before it solidified. This time, the craftsmen were stunned. Seeing the liquid change into a different shape in an instant, he was shocked. How was he going to purify it? How was he going to shape his character? However, since Zhang Feng had already said it, they had no choice but to do it. At this time, after hearing Zhang Feng's production method, they could not help but be eager to give it a try. Is this method really effective? The craftsmen were dumbfounded. They could not believe that there was such a forging method in the world. It would be great if they could master it. Of course, they had to master the forging method themselves. After all, it was a secret. After that, Zhang Feng no longer paid attention to the craftsmen. He picked up a basin of sand and placed it into the furnace to be calcined. After a while, he took it out again and looked at the red liquid. He added some white powder into it and then placed it back into the furnace. Seeing this scene, all the craftsmen were stunned. What was this white substance? Also, the glass had already been smelted. Why did he have to smelt it again? Shopkeeper, who is this old Master Zhang? At this time, a craftsman looked at the shopkeeper of the colored glass workshop with a puzzled face. The shopkeeper was not clear either. He only said, I only know that his name is Zhang Feng. He's the one who has been causing a commotion in Yuezhou City recently. Zhang Feng? He's the dean of White Deer College, Zhang Feng? Oh my god, I heard that White Deer College has a top-colored glass master from the western region. Could it be? At this time, all the colored glass masters looked at Zhang Feng, who was busy with the molds, in shock. At this time, he did not look like a dean at all. Instead, he looked more like a craftsman. After a while, the finished products of the colored glass were made. There were rings, necklaces, and earrings. They were inlaid with beautiful colored glass and were very beautiful. What's that? Is it a gem? This colored glass can be made into such things. The three ladies and the craftsman looked at the beautiful accessories in front of them with a face full of question marks. They were extremely shocked. After that, Zhang Feng put the accessories on the three ladies. They looked at the items in front of them in disbelief. They had never seen such beautiful things. Zhang Feng smiled and said, How is it? Do you like it? The three ladies looked even more beautiful with the accessories. They could not hide their excitement and blushed to show that they liked it very much. It's too beautiful. The three ladies look even more beautiful with this treasure. That's right, that's right. The craftsman looked at the three ladies in a daze. Zhang Feng smiled and said, You guys like it so much. Women love beauty. What will happen if I put this item in the auction house? What? You want to put this item in the auction house? If that's the case, wouldn't those wealthy merchant clans? That's right. If these items were put in the auction house, they would definitely attract the attention of those wealthy merchant clans and the 5 great families. The colored glass was precious, but this transparent colored glass and beautiful accessories would definitely be fought over by all the women in the market. Which woman didn't love beauty? Not to mention those wealthy ladies who were dressed to the nines. They would definitely earn a lot of money. Chapter 22:13. South of the city. This was the general name of this place. A very luxurious mansion was located here. The vermilion-red door had an ancient charm to it, and the colorful glazed tiles reflected a beautiful brilliance. But at this time, a carriage slowly arrived. It was Madame Wu and Wu Monair. Today they were here to visit a distant relative. The guard quickly went in to report. Not long later, two madams wearing luxurious clothing came out and looked at the carriage outside. Under their gaze, Madame Wu opened the curtain of the carriage and jumped down from the carriage with Wu Monair. The two madams went up to welcome them. "Third sister, you've come." "My two sisters, sorry to disturb you." "Don't say that, please come in." Madame Wu followed the two sisters into the mansion to catch up. Suddenly, a fragrance wafted over and surrounded them. Everyone asked curiously, "Third sister, do you smell something? It's especially fragrant." Could it be the smell of the rouge on her body? No, this smell was especially comfortable. Big sister and second sister constantly sniffed, wanting to find the source of this fragrance. Madame Wu smiled and said, "There's no need to find it, this is the fragrance on my body." Big sister and second sister looked at Madame Wu in shock, asking curiously, "What is this on your body? Why is it so fragrant?" Madame Wu said faintly, "This is the perfume created by the principal of Chang and White Deer Academy, Prince Jiang. Last time, I obtained 2 bottles. Is that the young Master Zhang who has caused a stir in Yuezhou City recently? Do you still have this? I heard that in a few days, Prince Zhang is holding an auction. At that time, this perfume will also be sold?" Big sister and second sister looked at Madame Wu in shock. Madame Wu said helplessly, "That's him. I don't have any left, I've used it all. This thing is too precious, but at that time, there will be some for sale. It's just that there aren't many of them, so we might not be able to get it." The value of the perfume was very high, deeply loved by women. At the auction, one might not be able to get it. Eldest sister and second sister looked disappointed and said eagerly, "Third sister, look, it's such a good thing. You also know young Master Zhang. When the time comes, can you tell us how many bottles to keep?" Seeing this, Mrs. Wu said, "What's the matter?" "Don't worry, I've already discussed it with Prince Zhang. When the time comes, each of you will have a bottle. Knowledge is priceless. As for the price." When eldest sister and second sister saw that there was hope for this perfume, they didn't care about the price. As rich madams, did they have to worry about money? As long as she could become beautiful and enchanting, she didn't care about anything else. She immediately said, "Third sister, as long as you help us get the perfume, money won't be a problem." Madame Wu nodded. At this moment, they suddenly noticed the young girl beside Madame Wu and couldn't help but praise, "Third sister, this little man has already grown so big? You're getting more and more beautiful." Wu Man's face turned red from the praise and hid behind Madame Wu. Eldest sister followed up and said, "I heard that Prince Zhang is a talented man and has even opened an academy. His character is even better. This little man is also as beautiful as a flower. It can be said that they are a match made in heaven. Third sister, have you not thought of matchmaking them?" Wu Man was so shy that she didn't dare to raise her head. Madame Wu awkwardly nodded in response. She wanted to, but the problem was that last time when she sent Wu Man and the girl from the Zhao family to Prince Zhang, they were rejected in the end. They wanted to use Zhang Feng, this big tree, but there was no way. Seeing that it was about time, Madame Wu and Wu Man said goodbye to eldest sister and second sister and got up to return home. At the same time, when Madame Zhao heard the news of the auction, she was incomparably shocked. The value of this perfume was quite high. If she could buy 2 bottles, it would be good. She would wait and see. On the streets of Yuezhou City, there were all kinds of discussions. "Have you heard? The Dean of White Deer Academy is going to hold an auction." "I know, this matter has already spread. The whole city knows about it. I just don't know what President Jiang is going to do. Along the street, in a small tea house, a storyteller was telling the people about this matter. The storyteller said with great interest, I heard that the perfume that White Deer Academy's President Jiang launched this time is called Nine Splendor Frost Dew, and it was nominated by Mr. Yushan's calligraphy. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people began to discuss, and it was very lively. What? Mr. Yushan's calligraphy? That's the great scholar of the Chui family of Qinghe. The value of this perfume can't be estimated. Seeing this, the storyteller continued, I also know that this perfume with soap has the effect of calming the mind and beautifying the body. After using it, not only will the body smell good, but it can also strengthen the sex drive. Soap, what is this? What the hell? This can strengthen the sex drive? When these words came out, the surrounding people were puzzled. The storyteller stroked his beard and said, You don't know, this soap was made by Dean Zhangfeng and Dr. Sun after a year of research. They added a lot of Chinese herbs and made it. I heard that after Mr. Yushan used it, he became 10 years younger. What? Really? This thing really has such a miraculous effect? Could this be the famous divine Dr. Sun? This is too amazing. Everyone fell into a burst of amazement. Chapter 22:14. The weather at the end of autumn was like a spoiled young girl. After experiencing the initial coldness and fervor, the fervor gradually dissipated as the sun set in the West Mountains. Zhang Feng hugged his quilt with a happy expression on his face, as if he was dreaming. Prince Zhang. Mr. Yushan is here. A gentle knock on the door woke Zhang Feng up from his sweet dream. Zhang Feng opened his hazy eyes, as if he hadn't woken up yet, with a blank look on his face. He lazily replied, Got it. Huh? Mr. Yushan? Could it be that today is the day of the auction? I almost overslept. Coming. Zhang Feng put on his clothes and walked out. When he opened the door, he saw Yu Yao, and Mr. Yushan waiting for him. He cleared his throat and said, Let's go. Old Jia, prepare the carriage. The group walked towards the center of Yuezhou City. A moment later, they arrived in front of a magnificent building. Fan Jin and a middle-aged man had been waiting for Zhang Feng for a long time. When they saw Zhang Feng arrive, they went forward to greet him. Fan Jin pointed to the middle-aged man and said, Prince Zhang, this is my father, the current head of the Fan family. Zhang Feng smiled and nodded in response. He thought to himself, this kid is quite reliable. It seems that the Fan family is already on my side. This auction house is also quite glorious. Now, all that's missing are the wealthy merchant clans and people with different surnames. Fan Jin said, Come, don't just stand there. Let's go in. Everyone followed Fan Jin to the entrance of the auction house. As soon as they walked in, they saw a magnificent scene. The inside was extremely big and could accommodate many people. Every 3 steps, there would be a devastatingly beautiful woman bowing to welcome him. In the blink of an eye, there was a huge stage in the middle, with a group of beautiful singers swaying their slender waists, singing and dancing beautifully. At the same time, there was also the sound of instruments rising and falling, as well as the dazzling array of delicacies, all of which were extremely tempting. Of course, the wine and food here were free. However, the prerequisite is that you must be qualified to enter the auction house. If you weren't from a wealthy merchant clan or a large clan with 5 surnames and 7 hopes, you wouldn't have the qualifications to enter. Those who could come here were either rich or noble. Zhang Feng looked at Fan Jin with satisfaction. It seemed that this kid didn't disappoint him. He had actually managed to set up this auction according to his arrangements. Not long after, a middle-aged man in plain clothes walked in from outside, followed by several attendants. When he saw Zhang Feng, he couldn't wait to say, Little friend Zhang Feng, long time no see. When Zhang Feng saw the man, he suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the old elementary scholar's best friend, the head of the Wang family? It seemed that the Wang clan, who had been waiting patiently for a long time, had decided to take a gamble. It just so happened that it would be much easier to rope them in later on. Immediately, he said, "Uncle, what brings you here? Come, come, come. Please come upstairs. We can talk about it after the auction." Wang Shi smiled and nodded, then followed the servant upstairs. Following that, many people came in from outside one after another. They were dressed in luxurious clothes, full of the aura of wealth. Mr. Yushan and Fan Jin went up to greet them, chatting from time to time. "Mr. Yushan, I didn't expect you to be here." "Don't say that. Little friend Zhang and I are fated to meet, so I came here to have a look." Come upstairs please." Zhang Feng looked at these people, who were full of arrogance. He knew that they were those with 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Most of them had come because of Mr. Yushan. After a while, an old man over 60 years old led a group of people in, followed by 2 women. Looking carefully, weren't they Zhao Yu from the Zhao family and Wu Man from the Wu family? It seemed that they couldn't wait to come to the auction. When Zhao Yu saw Zhang Feng, she blushed slightly and said, "Prince Zhang, long time no see." Hiss, last time, he had sent the 2 women to discuss the marriage, but he had rejected them. Now, seeing them again, he couldn't help but feel a little pity. Women with 5 surnames and 7 hopes were like goods, born for profit, with no status at all. That time, it was the Zhao family and the Wu family who made the absurd decision to get Zhang Feng's perfume. Zhang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Upstairs please." Fan Jin went up to greet the crowd and led them upstairs. After a while, the Heaven Pavilion and the public seats were packed with people. It seemed that it was time to start. Those people were talking about something, talking and laughing. The scene was very noisy. Whether it was the wealthy families or the 5 surnames and 7 hopes upstairs, they were all curious about what this auction was about. Some people came because they coveted Zhang Feng's perfume, some came because of Mr. Yushan's reputation, and some came to see what Zhang Feng wanted to do with this thing. For a time, whether it was the audience or the 5 surnames and 7 hopes upstairs, they were full of doubts. Some even came to prevent other families from threatening their interests and came to fight for the perfume. Chapter 22:15. Time passed slowly, and the auction finally began. With the start of the auction, the scene suddenly became lively, and people kept talking about the auction. "What is this auction for? I've never heard of it. What the hell is this auction for?" People kept asking questions, wondering what Zhang Feng's auction was for. Seeing this, Zhang Feng cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, be quiet and listen to me." Suddenly, the scene became quiet for a short time, looking forward to what Zhang Feng would say. "This auction is for bidding for some rare things, and the highest bidder will get it. If anyone gives the right price, they will get the item," Zhang Feng explained. Everyone suddenly understood, and at this time, someone raised doubts. "President Zhang, what are you selling in this auction?" "That's right, will there be the rumored perfume?" At this time, the scene became chaotic again. This perfume had been spread all over Yuezhou City a few days ago, and almost everyone knew about it. Zhang Feng was about to explain, but then a voice sounded. Looking at the source of the voice, a scholar dressed as a Confucian scholar stood up and asked, "President Zhang, is there white paper for sale in this auction?" These words attracted the attention of many students and teachers present. They couldn't do without this thing when they read or write, but it was quite expensive in the market. The white paper that Zhang Feng had made was very rare. It could only be used when writing books. This was the item that the Confucians were most concerned about in this auction. Seeing this, Zhang Feng raised his hands to signal the crowd to be quiet, and then lightly said, "Everyone, be quiet and listen to me, these things will be available, and there will be other good things. Everyone, Please don't be impatient, and look forward to it, okay? Under Zhang Feng's pacification, the crowd gradually quieted down, quietly looking forward to the next auction item. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said, "Welcome to this auction. This time, because the auction item is very precious, please bid as soon as possible, and the highest bidder will get it." Now, the auction begins. What the hell are these? Didn't he say to look forward to it? Let's wait and see. Everyone looked expectantly at the items that were about to be auctioned. They were very curious and could not help but ask. As soon as Zhang Feng's voice fell, a delicate and pretty woman walked up from the backstage of the auction house. She was holding a tray with a red cloth covering it as she slowly walked onto the stage. Could this be the rumored perfume? That's right. The thing on the tray isn't that big. It should be. Open it and take a look. Everyone on the scene was discussing the things on the tray. They were very curious. Everyone, calm down. As he spoke, he stepped forward and lifted the red cloth. On the tray, there were 3 very exquisite small bottles filled with red liquid. It was very beautiful. What is this? Could it be the rumored perfume? This small bottle is so rare. This is the thing they're talking about. Everyone was very puzzled. This small bottle had been rumored to be a miraculous thing. They only knew that their women were fascinated by this perfume. As their husbands, how could they know anything about it? Zhang Feng said faintly, "This thing is called perfume. A few drops on the body will emit a wonderful fragrance and increase the charm of a woman. A few days ago, I was fortunate enough to be nominated by Mr. Yushan's calligraphy for this perfume. Therefore, this perfume is called 9 Splendor Frost Dew." What? Mr. Yushan? That's the great scholar of the Chui family of Qinghe. Even Mr. Yushan approved of this perfume. As soon as he said that, the whole place was in an uproar. The eyes of the women and noblewomen of the clans turned red. They could not wait to rush up and drip a few drops on themselves. Zhang Feng continued, "The starting price is 5,000 strings of cash. Because the item is precious, each bid must be at least 5,000 strings of cash. The auction begins. I bid 10,000 strings of cash. Okay, the lady on the top left bid 10,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? 30,000 strings of cash. Wow, the whole place was shocked. This small perfume had just started the auction and the price had already risen to 30,000 strings of cash. Such a small item was too expensive. Some of the smaller clans looked at the perfume and decided not to participate in the auction. At this rate, they could not afford the perfume. The lady on the top right bid 30,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? 50,000 strings of cash. Okay, the lady on the top left bid 50,000 strings of cash again. In the top left corner were 2 clans who were dressed rather well. They came to the auction to see if there was anything good. As long as the price was about right, it would be fine. In the end, his wife shouted out 50,000 strings of cash. The man who was drinking tea was so angry that he spat out his tea. What was the use of spending 50,000 strings of cash on a small bottle of perfume? The moment he opened his mouth, he scolded, "You wastrel, sit down." The lady ignored the master beside her and continued bidding. She even looked at the lady on the opposite side proudly and said, "Come on, continue bidding, 60,000 strings of cash." The lady on the top left bid 60,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? The lady on the opposite side was so angry that her face turned red. She scolded, "Bring it on, I'm not afraid, 70,000 strings of cash." The lady on the top right bid 70,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? Chapter 22:16. A moment later. 150,000 strings of cash. The madam in the upper left bid 150,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? The madam in the upper right corner looked around and did not continue bidding. Her face was filled with unwillingness. Which woman did not love vanity and beauty? However, the master beside her was so angry that he was speechless. 150,000 strings of cash once. Twice. Thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this madam for obtaining this item. After the auction ends, please go backstage to settle the bill. The madam sat down proudly. Countless envious gazes were cast at her. The master beside her patted his head and remained silent. He thought to himself, this prodigal woman. 150,000 strings of cash for such a thing. All the money that Lao Tzu earned was squandered by her. It was simply infuriating. What? This thing is actually so expensive. I can't believe it. The scene instantly exploded. This little thing was actually sold for a sky-high price of 150,000 strings of cash. It was unbelievable. Everyone started discussing. If the first perfume was already so expensive, wouldn't the following items be shockingly expensive? Some of the clans shook their heads when they saw the situation. It was better to wait and see. They could not afford it. At the same time, the head of the Zhao family, who was sitting upstairs, saw this and thought to himself, this little perfume is actually so expensive. Previously, Zhang Feng gave you a bottle of perfume. No wonder the old man at home liked it so much. I'll wait and see. If there's something suitable, I'll bid again. Those old fogies around me are eyeing it covetously. Yuqi Yu, and Jingshu, who were sitting upstairs, were even more shocked by this little perfume. They did not expect this perfume to be so precious. It was so popular in the eyes of those wealthy clans. They were all praising it. Mr. Yushan stroked his beard and said faintly, young friend Zhang's business methods are quite brilliant. Old man is very impressed. He did not expect this little perfume to be so expensive. If he had known, he would have bid for it. He sighed when he thought of this. Yuqi Gong saw this and said to Mr. Yushan, Sir, don't worry. That kid will definitely leave more for you. Mr. Yushan was shocked. He didn't expect this kid to have more. The old man had to go take a look when the time came. Zhang Feng looked around and said, now, let's begin the bidding for the second item. At this moment, the woman appeared from the backstage with a tray covered with a red cloth and slowly walked up. What could this be? The perfume just now was already very expensive. What magical thing is this time? Everyone looked at Zhang Feng expectantly as he prepared to unveil the mysterious veil. Zhang Feng pulled away the red cloth, and several small square boxes appeared on the tray. They were colorful, and he didn't know what material they were made of. What is this thing? Don't tell me it's so colorful, but it looks pretty good. What's the use of this? Everyone's curiosity was piqued as they began to discuss amongst themselves. Could it be something new? Seeing this, Zhang Feng said, this item is called soap. Soap? What is this? Have you heard of it? Nope. Zhang Feng continued, everyone, listen to me. If this soap and perfume are used together, it can also have the effect of calming the nerves and strengthening the sex drive. The crowd was in an uproar. Strengthening the sex drive? Is this for real? It really has such a magical effect when used together with perfume? Oh my God! This is the first time I've heard of it. The madam, who had bought the perfume from the auction, looked at the perfume in her hand and couldn't help but be shocked. This soap actually had such a magical effect. She turned her head to look at the master and found that the master was looking at her like a hungry wolf looking at the perfume in her hand. This aphrodisiac effect was something that no one could resist. The madam was startled by the master's gaze. At the same time, when a rich businessman upstairs heard that the perfume and soap could strengthen the sex drive, his eyes were filled with shock. Did this thing really have such an effect? If it was true, then he would really be like a wild wolf that had regained its masculinity. Then, he looked at the woman beside him and revealed a wicked smile. He didn't want to come, but he couldn't resist the coaxing and pestering of his new concubine. After thinking about it, he decided to accompany her to the auction and take a look. He didn't expect such a surprise, and he didn't know if it was real or not. At this time, the surrounding people were constantly discussing. It was very noisy, and there were all kinds of voices. I heard that when there was a locust plague in Chang'an, Dean Zhang Feng of White Deer Academy personally took care of it. In the end, he even created a locust delicacy that was widely spread in Chang'an. It was said that eating the locust can also strengthen the sex drive. Really? Then this time, President Zhang personally researched it. How can it be fake? It's probably true. As soon as this was said, the rich businessman on the stage was shocked. Could it be true? He was still skeptical at first, but after hearing people talking about President Zhang in Chang'an, he completely believed it. No matter what, he had to buy this thing. Lao Tzu's next concubine depended on this soap. Chapter 22:17. Everyone gradually felt that this item had an aphrodisiac effect. At this time, an old man said, "This is absolutely true. I've seen it with my own eyes." What? You've seen it with your own eyes? Quick, tell us. That person is a relative of mine. His health is not very good. His hair is gray and he looks very haggard. In the end, after using this perfume and soap, guess what happened when I saw him again a month later? The old man talked about the facts he had seen with relish. Tell us, don't leave us hanging. Yes. Yes. The old man continued, a month later, my relative's gray hair became black and shiny. His face glowed, and his body became strong. I heard that he married another wife. Those days, TSK. Oh my God. Is that true? He can still marry another wife at this age? Wow, it seems that this thing can really strengthen the aphrodisiac. It's amazing. The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled, of course. Everyone was shocked. This thing was too magical. After hearing this, the rich businessman was even more convinced of the authenticity of this thing. If that old man could become a man again, what was impossible for him? He was determined to get such a good thing. At this time, Zhang Feng said again, this perfume and soap were made by Dr. Sun over 10 years. It was made by fusing various Chinese herbs, so it's very precious. The audience was in an uproar. What? Dr. Sun? Really? No wonder Dr. Sun rarely comes out for more than 10 years. It turns out that he has been studying perfume and soap. At the same time, some people were curious. They heard that this was made by President Zhang and Dr. Sun together. What? That's impossible. President Zhang looks like she's in her early 20s. Wouldn't she be a child 10 years ago? No. Maybe President Zhang was Dr. Sun's apprentice at that time? That's true, ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. But at this moment, the miraculous effect of the soap and the discussions of these people made the high-ranking officials sitting upstairs unable to hold back. Aphrodisiac, which man didn't want to be erect? Which man didn't want to prolong his life? Aphrodisiac could make him strong and vigorous. Which man didn't like or need it? Upon seeing this, Zhang Feng continued, then let's begin the bidding. There's no starting price, no limit. Every bid must not be less than 10,000 strings of cash. Everyone sighed. My goodness, this thing is so expensive. Whoever buys this is an idiot. Only those people have money to burn. The auction begins. 11,000 strings of cash. A voice came from upstairs. Zhang Feng looked in that direction and thought, isn't that the direction of the Gao clan's loft? Have they finally lost their patience? Hee, the Gao family offers 11,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? 22,000 strings of cash. A rough voice rang out from the other side of the pavilion. A burly middle-aged man with a full beard walked to the railing and looked at the pavilion where the Gao family was located. He spoke in an indifferent tone. Isn't this the head of the Yu clan, Yuchi too? No wonder he dares to challenge the Gao clan. That's right. The Gao clan has always been a bully. They're in for it this time. The Yu clan offers 22,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? A middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes walked out from the Gao clan's loft and looked at Yuchi too fiercely. I offer 44,000 strings of cash. He thought to himself, the Yu clan actually wants to join in. The Gao clan has been planning to get the perfume and soap for a long time. They missed the perfume, but they definitely can't miss out on the soap. The Gao clan offers 44,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? Yuchi too shouted again, I offer 88,000 strings of cash. Then, he looked at the head of the Gao clan with contempt, as if challenging his mood with a, what can you do to me expression. The Yu clan offers 88,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? There was an uproar in the audience. The two clans were fighting. One was more powerful than the other. A small soap was actually being hyped up. Yes, yes. The Gao clan is probably furious. On the Gao clan side, the head of the Gao clan was very angry. He looked at Yuchi too fiercely and seemed to be holding back his anger. He immediately shouted, 150,000 strings of cash. At this time, the head of the Gao clan was no longer raising the price for the soap. He was fighting with the head of the Yu clan. Neither of them was willing to admit defeat. Yu Suqian kept winking at his father, indicating that he should stop raising the price. However, Yuchi too didn't even look at him and shouted again. I offer 200,000 strings of cash. This frightened Yu Suqian. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, he quickly winked at Zhang Feng, fearing that the old man wouldn't listen to him. Yu also looked at Zhang Feng, indicating that he should stop. Zhang Feng saw Yu looking at him and gave her a reassuring look. He nodded and told her to raise the price as much as possible. He would give that thing to the old man later. Yu nodded. Yu Suqian saw Zhang Feng's affirmative look and knew that Prince Zhang must have a plan in mind, so he didn't stop his father. The Yu clan offers 200,000 strings of cash. Is there a higher bid? Seeing this, the head of the Gao clan was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The servant beside him quickly went up to support the head of the Gao clan. It seemed that the head of the Gao clan was very angry with the head of the Yu clan. Look, the head of the Gao clan is vomiting blood. The Yu clan has a way. Everyone fell into a discussion. Chapter 22:18. Congratulations to the Yu family for obtaining this item. Go backstage after the auction. Yuchi too smiled knowingly and returned to his seat. He just couldn't stand the way the Gao family bullied others. This time, he had to let them bleed. Suddenly, there was a burst of boos in the hall. This little perfume was sold for a sky-high price of 200,000 strings of cash. This is unimaginable. Let's not compete with them. As the auction became more and more heated, the atmosphere at the scene became white-hot. The previous perfume and soap had made the wealthy merchants and even the big families upstairs look forward to the next item. Zhang Feng looked around, cleared his throat and said, next, we will show the third item. Please take a closer look. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman walked out from behind the stage again. She carefully held a tray in her hand and covered a tall object with a red cloth. It aroused the curiosity of the audience and they were all discussing what it was. What is this? Is it rarer than the previous two items? Zhang Feng immediately removed the red cloth and revealed the mysterious veil. It was a wine bottle made of colored glass. The wine bottle was transparent and there was a faint pattern of a dragon engraved on it. It was very beautiful. After the wine bottle appeared, the audience was in an uproar. Everyone was talking at once. What is that? Is that colored glass? It can't be, right? Why is it transparent? What's going on? There is actually such a beautiful thing in the world? When the big families upstairs saw the item, they all stood up with shock in their eyes. They looked at the wine bottle in front of them in disbelief and were speechless. After the shock, the head of the Zhao family stared blankly and stammered, What treasure is this? Is this colored glass? He couldn't help but think that this young Master Zhang actually took out such a rare treasure. It was really rare in the world. It would be great if he could get it. He had better take a look first. When the time was right, he would make a move. These wealthy merchant clans and large families had seen colored glass before, but this was the first time they had seen this transparent and flawless colored glass that Zhang Feng had taken out. They had never thought that Zhang Feng would be able to take out such a treasure, and their hearts were filled with shock. When the head of the Wang family saw the glaze, he was also shocked beyond words. This auction had really broadened their horizons. Previously, the perfume and soap had already given them a big surprise. They didn't expect that there would be such a treasure behind them. The Wang clan had thought to himself. Such a treasure would definitely attract the covetous eyes of those old fellows. It would be best if he could think of a way to bid for it. Let's see what's going on with this colored glass first. The patriarch of the Gao family, who had been angered to the point of vomiting blood by the Yu family, also liked the transparent glass. However, when he thought of that old man from the Yu family, he couldn't help but feel angry. It was better to just watch from the sidelines. When Mr. Yushan, who was upstairs, saw this item, his heart suddenly trembled. This little friend Zhang actually had such a treasure. This old man had seen many large and small colored glazes, but this was the first time he had seen a transparent colored glaze. Seeing that the glaze had attracted the attention of countless people, Zhang Feng continued to say, This glaze was created by the world's most powerful glaze master, Algernon. Later, it was forged into this transparent glass with my unique refining method. This wine bottle is called the 9 Secluded Night Magnificent Wine Bottle. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. What? This was actually created by the most powerful glaze master? 9 Secluded Night Magnificent Wine Bottle? This is unheard of. So this item has such a background. The large families upstairs could no longer sit still at this moment. They looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. After knowing the origin of this wine bottle, the head of the Zhao family was shocked. He couldn't help but carefully examine it. It turned out that this transparent glass had such a story. This wine bottle originally belonged to the dynasty and symbolized nobility. Who could control such a rare treasure? Madame Zhao walked in front of the patriarch and said lightly, Master, if you like it, wouldn't it be better if we bid for this treasure? That's right, that's right. This wine bottle represents supreme nobility and is very suitable for your noble status. The attendant next to him immediately stepped forward to flatter him. The patriarch of the Zhao family smiled slightly and didn't answer. He secretly thought that he didn't want to participate in this auction. It was just that his wife wanted to come here to see the perfume. He couldn't resist her coaxing and pestering and finally came here. He didn't expect that those old fellows would also come. This 9 Secluded Night Magnificent Wine Bottle had attracted their attention. This time, it would definitely be a bloody battle. As for the patriarch of the Wang family, he looked at the 9 Secluded Night Magnificent Wine Bottle with surprise in his heart. However, he thought that this item would definitely cause a fight. When the time came, it would be fine as long as he supported Prince Zhang unconditionally. When Mr. Yushan saw this, he looked at the wine bottle in disbelief. He was shocked in his heart. This kid doesn't want to live anymore. This wine bottle was used by the royal family and represented the symbol of supreme nobility. If this was seen by the emperor, it would be terrible. Chapter 22:19. At the same time, the big families upstairs were ready to make a move. They were bound to come for the 9 netherite essence. A fierce battle might break out next. Seeing this, Zhang Feng immediately said, "Let's cut to the chase. There's no starting bid. Each bid must not be less than 20,000 strings of cash. Let the bidding begin. I bid 40,000 strings of cash." Zhang Feng followed the voice and looked upstairs. It seemed to be the direction of the Zhao family. They finally couldn't hold back anymore. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The Zhao family bids 40,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone else who bids higher than him? The head of the Zhao family sat there confidently and let the servants bid. He was determined to win this time. How could he let others take advantage of such a treasure? Everyone was in an uproar. Good Lord, he bid 40,000 strings of cash. As expected of the Zhao family. How generous. I bid 80,000 strings of cash. Just as everyone was sighing, a domineering voice came from upstairs on the other side. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in plain clothes standing upstairs. What shocked everyone was that this was the Wang family, who kept a low profile and rarely showed their faces. Everyone was shocked. What? The Wang family is actually challenging the Zhao family? This is really a rare anecdote. At this moment, the head of the Wang family bids 80,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone else who bids higher? The head of the Zhao family suddenly became interested. He couldn't help but wonder why the Wang family, who had always kept a low profile, would suddenly go against him today. He instructed the servant to just make a small gesture. The servant stepped forward and shouted, "I bid 100,000 strings of cash." The head of the Zhao family bids 100,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone else who bids higher? Cries of surprise rang out from the crowd. According to this trend, how high would the price of the wine bottle be? How precious was this thing to make these great clans so interested in it? Meanwhile, the other clans on the stage were quietly observing the current situation, waiting for the right opportunity to make a move. Seeing this, the head of the Wang family shouted, "I bid 150,000 strings of cash." What? The head of the Wang family bid 150,000 strings of cash. I didn't expect the Wang family to be so secretive. Everyone sighed and couldn't help but admire the courage of the Wang clan. The head of the Wang family thought. Before, he had discussed the matter of cooperating with little friend Zhang Feng, and he knew that it was time for him to choose his side. Whether or not the Wang family could make a comeback depended on this. What he needed to do now was to express his sincerity to little friend Zhang Feng and support him unconditionally. When the patriarch of the Zhao family saw this, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Just what was the Wang family trying to do? He, who usually acted in a low-key manner, had eaten the wrong medicine today. He instructed the servant to continue bidding. When the servant heard this, he immediately shouted, "We bid 180,000 strings of cash." The head of the Zhao family has bid 180,000 strings of cash. Everyone, is there anyone else with a higher rank? It seemed like the head of the Zhao family wanted to play. I had to play with him. I shouted, "I bid 200,000 strings." The head of the Wang family has bid 200,000 strings of cash. Is there anything higher? It's 200,000 strings of cash. What are you waiting for? If you miss it, you won't have another chance. When the big families heard this, they were shocked. Just what were the Zhao and Wang families trying to do? The two families were directly going against each other. In the pavilion on the other side, the head of the Gao family, who had recovered from his shock, stood up and shouted, "We bid 1,000,000 strings of cash." The head of the Gao family has bid 300,000 strings of cash. What are you waiting for? The crowd was in an uproar. What? The head of the Gao family has bid 300,000 strings of cash. Didn't he just vomit blood because of the Yu family? Now he's ready to fight with the other two families. The head of the Gao family looked at the other two families and thought to himself. The 9-dragon jade emperor goblet was such a precious item. The old man had to get it no matter what. When the time came, he would give the goblet to Fanyang Lu and he would be able to find peace. When Madame Gao saw this, she went forward to support the old master and asked, "Old master, are you all right? Why don't you sit down and rest? Let them fight." The head of the Gao family shook his head and said, "What do you know? Don't worry about me." When the Yu family upstairs saw this, Yuqi too smiled. "I didn't expect that the old man would fight with the Zhao and Wang families after fighting with me. Interesting, interesting." When Mr. Yushan saw this, he couldn't help but think to himself, "Good lad, this glazed wine goblet is actually worth so much. It's already reached 1,000,000 strings of cash." The old man couldn't help but raise his hand to bid. Yuqi Gong quickly stopped him and said, "Mister, what are you doing?" Mr. Yushan said, "Old man also wants to join in the fun with such a good item." Yuqi Gong was shocked, but then he smiled and said, "Don't do that. That lad still has a lot of this. He'll definitely leave some for you." "Oh?" Mr. Yushan was delighted. Could there really be more? He looked at Yuqi Gong in confusion, and Yuqi Gong nodded. When the head of the Zhao family saw this, he frowned. "This guy, now the Gao family wants to fight with me. They're not done yet." He ordered his subordinates to continue bidding. The subordinate shouted, "We bid 3,000,000 strings of cash." "What? 300,000 strings of cash? How many years of savings do I have to save for that? It seems that this item will definitely belong to the Zhao family." For a moment, everyone was talking at once. Chapter 22:20. The head of the Zhao family has bid 300,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? If not, it will belong to the Zhao family. Seeing this, the head of the Wang family did not say anything and continued to bid. This action meant that he was already on Zhang Xiaoyu's side. No matter what, he had to support Zhang Xiaoyu. Since the Zhao family wanted to play, then he would play with them. He immediately shouted, "We bid 350,000 strings of cash." The Wang family has bid 350,000 strings of cash. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? For a moment, everyone looked at the Wang family in disbelief and sighed. I didn't expect the Wang family to bid 350,000 strings of cash. How many years of savings did they have? I didn't expect the wine bottle to rise to such a level. It's hard to imagine. The head of the Zhao family was shocked. The Wang family must be crazy to spend 350,000 strings of cash to buy this item. 350,000 strings of cash was not a small amount. Could it be that they spent everything just to buy this item? Since they wanted to play, then he would play with them. Otherwise, they would say that the Gao family was a coward. One must know that the Gao family valued their reputation the most. Today, the Wang family had repeatedly provoked them. How could they let others see them as a joke? He immediately stood up and walked to the front. Look, the head of the Zhao family has stepped forward. Yes, it seems like the Zhao family has played for so long and is finally going to make a move. When the other families saw the head of the Zhao family step forward, no one knew what they were scheming in their hearts. They became more and more restless. The head of the Zhao family looked around and shouted faintly, "The Zhao family wants it. 1,000,000 strings of cash." What? The Zhao family has not shown their might, but they actually bid 1,000,000 strings of cash. Yes, they are indeed a big family. They are so generous. Everyone started discussing spiritedly. The people from the other families were also shocked by the Zhao family's patriarch's actions. They didn't expect him to be so generous. However, it was impossible for the Zhao family to monopolize this treasure. Someone immediately stood up and said, 2 million strings of cash. Who is it? Who shouted? They actually went against the Zhao family. Isn't this the Wu family? They also made a move. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes staring at the head of the Zhao family. As everyone knew, the heads of the Zhao family and the Wu family usually did not have any conflicts. Why would the two families be like this because of this item? Could it be that this thing was so good? Everyone was in an uproar. At this moment, Patriarch Gao couldn't help but furrow his brows. Looking at the two people who were arguing with each other until their faces turned red, he was a little tempted. Although he had never seen this kind of thing before, the value of this kind of thing was obvious. Moreover, this kind of transparent glass, according to the information sent back by the Gao family's business manager in Jianghu City, there was indeed this kind of glass. Moreover, it was really used by the royal family and the people of the Duke's mansion. Outsiders had never seen it before. But now, what was Zhang Feng trying to do? I bid 3 million. Surnamed Wang, are you really going to make things difficult for me? The Seeker clan was furious. Wang Jiazhu chuckled and said, none of us here are fools. You and I both know the value of this thing. As the saying goes, the highest bidder gets it. You can afford it, but do you think my Wang family can't? The Wang family offers 3.5 million strings of cash. Patriarch Gao's frown deepened as he listened to the two family heads. Both of them were sly old foxes. Both of them were people who wouldn't do anything without benefits. Could it be that this thing was really that good? Patriarch Gao could not help but be tempted. Looking around, he gritted his teeth and said, the Gao family offers 4 million. The business went on. On the stage, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. He said loudly, Patriarch Gao is really a hero of the time. You are really generous. 4 million. Who else can be higher than you? If not, then this item belongs to family head Gao. Hearing that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Patriarch Gao actually offered 4 million? You don't say. If so many family heads bid at the same time, it means that the second price of this thing is much higher than the current 4 million. TSK, TSK, TSK. Besides, who is Patriarch Gao? He is the #1 existence in the Jiangnan clan. He has seen all the rare treasures in the world. Anything that can make him take action must be extraordinary. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard that person's words. At this moment, Patriarch Gao's face turned slightly better. There was a slight smile on his face. However, the leader of the Zhao family and the players were in a difficult position. Was it just about to fall into his hands? This, after thinking for a while, Patriarch Wang looked at Patriarch Gao's smug face. He gritted his teeth and shouted, the Wang family offers 4.2 million. Everyone was stunned. Was Patriarch Wang crazy? Or could it be that this thing was really that valuable? He dared to offer such a high price. 4 million was equivalent to the total income of the Wang family for 3 years. He dared to offer 4 million. Chapter 22-21. At the same time, when the families upstairs saw that the Zhao, Wang, and Gao families were constantly bidding, they could not remain calm. They could not help but wonder what the three of them were doing. Could it be that Luli was so precious that they were fighting over it? When the patriarch of the Gao family heard the bid, he was shocked. He didn't expect that the patriarch of the Wang family, who usually kept a low profile, would actually go against the old man today. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. The patriarch of the Gao family couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. He even felt a little disgusted. After thinking for a moment, he shouted, the Gao family bids 4.2 25 million. Since the Wang family wanted to play, then the old man would play with them. Seeing this, Zhang Feng cupped his fists at the patriarch of the Gao family and said loudly, "The patriarch of the Gao family is generous. Are there any higher bids? If not, this treasure will belong to the Gao family." Hearing this, everyone on the scene was stunned. Behind a pillar not far behind the patriarch of the Zhao family, two businessmen couldn't help but whisper. "What? The patriarch of the Gao family has bid for 25 million strings of cash. Oh my god, the Gao family is backed by the Fanyang Lu family. They have a rich foundation. This little bit of money is nothing. Moreover, the Gao family is ranked among the top in Jiangnan apart from the 5 families and 7 major clans. That's why he dares to bid. However, it seems that no one dares to bid now. Sigh. The big shop is bullying the customers, the big shop is bullying the customers. Isn't that so? Look at how fiercely the Zhao family was competing just now, but now they're silent. They probably don't dare to compete anymore." When the patriarch of the Zhao family heard their discussion, his face immediately turned ashen. These words were like needles piercing his heart. Madame Zhao saw that the patriarch's expression was not right and stepped forward to say something. The patriarch of the Zhao family suddenly stood up and shouted angrily, "The Zhao family bids for 5 million strings of cash. The Zhao family wants this glaze." Zhang Feng cupped his fists at the patriarch of the Zhao family and said, "The patriarch of the Zhao family is generous. It seems that the glaze belongs to the Zhao family." The people present were constantly discussing. This Zhao family is indeed a big family. They're offering for 5 million strings of cash right off the bat. That's right. I wonder if the Gao family, the head of the Gao family, was shocked when he heard this. The Zhao family actually came out to compete with the old man. The old man didn't care about the Wang family, but the Zhao family. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision in his heart. How could the dignified Gao family back down at this time when it was a matter of face? As long as he took this lioli, he would give it to the Fanyang Lu family and the old man. Thinking of this, the Gao family's patriarch smiled and immediately shouted, "My Gao family offers 5 million strings of cash." Zhang Feng exclaimed, "Ayaya! The patriarch of the Gao family has offered 5 million strings of cash. What a big deal. It seems like the Gao family is determined to get this item." Everyone on the scene exclaimed in surprise and started to discuss. As expected of the Gao family, to have such wealth. That's right. It seems like the Zhao family has suffered a loss. Don't talk nonsense. Have you forgotten that the Wang family hasn't made a bid yet? Who knows, they might have something big up their sleeves. Yes, yes, yes. Why did I forget about that? The patriarch of the Wang family couldn't help but think when he saw this. He came to the auction with a desperate attitude to express his position. At this moment, how could he stop just because of the Gao family and the Zhao family's high price? He suddenly stood up and shouted, "The Wang family is willing to bet all of our wealth on this item." Who else? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. See, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They couldn't help but whisper. The Wang family actually wants to bet all of their wealth on this item. Is he crazy? Is this item really that valuable? Seeing this, Zhang Feng cupped his hands at the patriarch of the Wang family and said, "This is incredible. The patriarch of the Wang family is actually betting all of his wealth on this item. Is this lioli goblet going to fall into the Wang family's hands?" The patriarch of the Gao family was shocked and his heart was full of surprise. Was the Wang family crazy? They actually bet all of their wealth? Just when he was puzzled, the patriarch of the Wang family looked at the patriarch of the Gao family and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Is the patriarch of the Gao family scared of me? Don't dare to bet?" Everyone couldn't help but gasp. See, they couldn't help but talk about it. Look, the Wang family is actually provoking the Gao family. This is going to be interesting. Do you think the patriarch of the Gao family will continue to bet? He'll be a fool if he continues to bid. Although the patriarch of the Gao family is rich, he won't take this risk. I think the patriarch of the Gao family must be scared by the patriarch of the Wang family. He doesn't dare to accept it. Then, everyone burst into laughter. The laughter reached the patriarch of the Gao family's ears. At this moment, his face was ashen. He thought to himself, what the hell is the Wang family doing? They actually bet all of their wealth and even provoked the old man. This is really infuriating. He was about to continue bidding, but after thinking about it, he realized that betting all of his wealth was not a wise move. The old man wanted to see what the Zhao family and the Wang family were up to. Thinking of this, the patriarch of the Gao family returned to his seat and sat down. The patriarch of the Gao family wasn't stupid. How big was the Wang family? They actually wanted to bet all of their wealth with the Gao family. The patriarch of the Zhao family was shocked. He didn't expect the small Wang family to bet all of their wealth for this item. This was such an unwise move. He didn't know what medicine was in the gourd. Although the Zhao family was big, it was better to be careful. Seeing that the patriarch of the Gao family had fallen silent and stopped bidding, the patriarch of the Zhao family didn't say anything. At this moment, the other families were shocked by the action of the patriarch of the Wang family. The ordinary Wang family was actually betting all of their wealth for this item. Could it be that the value of this item was extraordinary? Their hearts were filled with doubts. Chapter 22:22. At this moment, all the families fell into silence. The auction hall was silent. No one knew what the Wang family was up to and why they were willing to bet all their assets on this item. At this moment, a sudden voice broke the silence in the auction hall. My Wu family is also willing to bet all our assets on this item. As soon as he said that, the silent auction hall was in an uproar again. See, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and started discussing. They couldn't help but say, why is the Wu family betting all their assets on this glazed goblet? The Wang family is crazy. Could it be that the Wu family is crazy too? What exactly is this item? Why is it so magical that the Wang family and Wu family are willing to bet all their assets on this item? At this moment, the big families couldn't help but feel puzzled about the Wu family's actions. If the Wang family was being silly, why was the Wu family also being silly? Could it be that this item was really that valuable? That it was worth the two families to bet all their assets on this item? The patriarch of the Gao family couldn't help but shudder. He thought to himself, why is the Wu family here? No matter how precious the glazed goblet is, it's just a glazed goblet. Are they stupid to bet all their assets on such a lousy item? On the other side, the patriarch of the Zhao family was also having mixed feelings. His expression was uncertain. No matter how valuable the glazed goblet was, it wasn't enough for the two families to compete for it. Could it be that there was something else going on? When Zhang Feng saw that the Wu family was also bidding for this item, he smiled and thought to himself, it seems like the fish has finally taken the bait. He then said, the Wu family is really generous. Is there anyone else who is willing to continue bidding? If not, this glazed goblet will belong to the Wu family. Are you sure you don't want to increase the price? The people in the auction hall were constantly discussing and laughing from time to time. If they continue bidding, they would be stupid. Who would be so foolish to bet all their assets on this item? Yeah, no matter how precious this glazed goblet is, it's just an ornamental item. Can it bloom into flowers? As for the various large families, their eyebrows were almost twisted into a hemp rope, and their expressions were uncertain. They weren't foolish enough to bet with the Wang family and the Gao family. It wasn't easy for their families to develop to where they were today, and no one wanted to bet on Liuli with the family that they had painstakingly built. On the other side of the stage, Mr. Yushan revealed an incredulous expression as he muttered, "This kid actually managed to dig out the wealth of the two families. If this continues, won't he be playing with fire?" Seeing this, Yuchi Gong chuckled and said, "Mr. need not worry, that kid is crafty, he has his own reasons for doing this." When Mr. Yushan heard this, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. What is this kid trying to do? Sigh. It seems like I'll have to have a good talk with this kid after the auction ends. Otherwise, I'll end up dragging the old man into this mess. After looking around, Zhang Feng said indifferently, "If anyone wins this glass goblet, I, Zhang Feng, will teach you the paper-making technique." The crowd went into an uproar again. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. See, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They could not help but discuss the Dao. What? The paper-making technique? This paper-making technique is quite rare. If you can get it, you'll be rich. Yeah, I really don't understand what President Zhang is thinking. But you'll have to bet all your wealth. If it's you, do you dare? Zhang Feng's words made the big families restless. This paper-making technique was extremely precious in the market. If they could get their hands on the manufacturing method, wouldn't they be able to get rich? At this moment, their hearts were in a dilemma. If they won the bid, they would have to bet all their wealth. This kind of transaction was really not worth it. After thinking for a while, no one stood out to bid. When the head of the Wu family heard this, he was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "It seems like I've made the right bet. If I can get it, I'll be able to turn my life around. Not only will I get the glass goblet, but I'll also master the paper-making technique." Thinking of this, the head of the Wu family couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha! When the head of the Gao family and the head of the Zhao family heard this, their hearts were in turmoil. However, at this moment, they were betting all their wealth. They didn't dare to bet, nor could they afford to. They could only watch the Wang family and the Wu family compete with each other. Hearing this, the head of the Wang family was shocked. Was this Prince Zhang serious? Was he really going to hand over the paper-making technique to the Wu family? After thinking about it carefully, this Prince Zhang wasn't a stupid person. He must have his own reasons for doing this. Since he had achieved his goal, he didn't want to continue bidding with the Wu family. He knew that his goal was to raise the price and lure these people out. After a moment of silence, Zhang Feng continued, "Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? If not, this glass goblet and the paper-making technique will belong to the Wu family." At this moment, the entire place was silent. No one was willing to continue bidding. They weren't willing to do such a stupid thing. Chapter 22-23. Seeing that no one continued to bid, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Then, the glazed goblet and the paper-making technique belong to the Wu clan. The auction is a success." The crowd couldn't help but sigh. There were people constantly mocking the Wu clan. "I'm afraid this Wu clan is an idiot to bet all of their assets on something like this." "Shoo. Don't let anyone hear you." The head of the Wu clan chuckled and returned to his seat. He looked around proudly as though he was telling the other clans that they didn't dare to bet on it. The other clans remained silent and waited quietly for the next item. On the stage, Mr. Yushan couldn't sit still anymore. He looked at Yuchi Gong with a puzzled expression and said, "What do you think this kid is up to? He actually sold such a precious white paper-making technique. Is he a fool? You have to know how precious the white paper-making technique is in the market." Yuchi Gong chuckled and said, "Mister, don't worry. That kid is as smart as a monkey. How can he do something that he isn't confident in? Just continue watching. He must have his own reasons for doing this." Mr. Yushan was filled with doubts and couldn't help but sigh. If the white paper-making technique was given to the Wu clan would definitely rise in the future. One must know that the glazed goblet was already precious, and the transparent glazed goblet was even rarer. No one had even seen it before, yet this kid was willing to give it away. After a while, Zhang Feng spoke again. Next up is the hottest part. It will also be the last item of this auction. This item is exclusive to women. Men, please stay away for now. The crowd was filled with doubts and couldn't help but ask curiously. What exactly is it? Why is it so mysterious? Yeah, quickly take it out and let us see. They couldn't wait to find out what the final item was. Zhang Feng clapped his hands. Immediately, 3 beautiful women walked out from behind the stage and slowly walked up to the stage. At first glance, they were Zhang Feng's 3 wives. What were they bidding for? The 3 women wore glazed goblet jewelry and stood elegantly on the stage. The jewelry looked exceptionally beautiful under the light. The crowd exclaimed. Hiss, they couldn't help but gasp. Everyone was talking about it. Isn't that Zhang Feng's wife? Why are they on the stage? What are they doing? Quick, look at their bodies. What is that shiny thing on their heads? How beautiful. What the hell is this? Zhang Feng smiled and said, please be quiet and listen to my explanation. The shiny thing you see is called a glass hairpin. It's made of glass and is very beautiful. Of course, it's not just this hairpin. There are also other accessories, such as rings. If you like, you can go to the backstage room to pick. Instantly, all the women present widened their eyes and looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. This kind of thing had never been seen before. One had to know that they usually only used ordinary jade and gold hairpins and ornaments. This was the first time they had seen a hairpin made of glass like this. They couldn't help but exclaim. I want to buy it. I want to buy it. This is too beautiful. There's something else besides the hairpin. I'm looking forward to it. Not only the women present, but even the madams of the large clans couldn't resist the temptation of this transparent glass hairpin. Which woman didn't want to be beautiful? Who didn't want to tidy themselves up beautifully? This glass hairpin was simply a blessing for women. At the same time, the head of the Zhao family narrowed his eyes and was extremely shocked. This Prince Zhang was really extraordinary. Not only did he make this transparent glass, but he also made such a small item. His method of making glass was superb. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but have a little more concern in his heart. When the other clans saw these small ornaments made of transparent glass, they also had mixed feelings in their hearts. They all had different thoughts. What they were amazed at was not how exquisite the glass ornaments were, but more of their admiration for Zhang Feng's skill in making glass. It could be said that he was the best. Zhang Feng cleared his throat and said lightly, then, the bidding for the last item will begin. There is no starting price. The highest bidder wins. The bidding begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene immediately became very lively. A madam in the upper left corner suddenly stood up and shouted excitedly, I bid 30,000 strings of cash. Following this madam's bid, the other madams couldn't sit still and stood up to bid. A madam below also stood up one after another and shouted, I bid 50,000 strings of cash. Seeing this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, the madam over there has bid 50,000 strings of cash. Are there any higher bids? The men sitting next to the madam sighed and couldn't help but talk. This is another fight between women. Yes, if they like it, then let them buy it. The woman in the upper left corner was unhappy and immediately shouted, I bid 100,000 strings of cash. You come and bid. Seeing this, the madam below immediately retorted, I'm not afraid of you. I bid 150,000 strings of cash. The two madams started to quarrel. One after another, it was very lively. The man beside her revealed a helpless expression. After arguing for a while, the hairpin was finally won by the madam in the upper left corner. Zhang Feng said lightly, if the madams and ladies like these jewelry, you can follow backstage to choose what you like. There are many more for the madams to choose from. Chapter 22-24 All the madams present had excited expressions on their faces. After the finale of the auction ended, it was gradually coming to an end. Zhang Feng looked around and cupped his fists with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I announce the end of the auction. I have prepared fine wine and a feast for all of you at Chang'an Hotel. I hope that all of you will come. After sending everyone off, Mr. Yushan slowly got up and walked towards Zhang Feng with Yuqi Gong. Mr. Hsian. Zhang Feng heard Yushan call him that and hurriedly waved his hand. He bowed to Yushan and said, Mr. Yushan, what are you doing? You can just call me Zhang Feng. Mr. Yushan shook his head. As the saying goes, those who reach the top come first. Mr. Hsian's actions are truly admirable. How could Zhang Feng not know that Mr. Yushan was mocking him? However, he still played dumb. Ha ha ha, what are you saying to Mr. Yushan? Let's go. I have prepared some gifts for Mr. Yushan. I hope that Mr. Yushan will come. Mr. Yushan smiled and didn't say anything. He followed Yuqi Gong out of the door. A moment later, in the front hall of Zhang Feng's residence, Mr. Yushan lit a cigarette and started smoking. Although Zhang Feng had just given it to him not long ago and it wasn't much, it was quite addictive. Mr. Yushan worriedly asked, Little friend Zhang, aren't you going overboard? He knew that this brat was capable of doing anything. This time, he had even invested all of the Wu clan's assets. Wasn't he afraid that the Wu clan would come after him? One had to know that behind the Wu clan was a large clan. If anything happened to the Wu clan, the upper clan would definitely find trouble with this brat. What was he trying to do? This time, it wasn't just the Wu clan. There was also the Zhao clan and the Gao clan. Wasn't he afraid that those people would join forces to deal with him? One had to know that the Wu clan and Qi Wang were all connected. If anything happened to their subordinates, their superiors wouldn't just ignore it. Wasn't this brat afraid of the Wu clan and Qi Wang's revenge? Zhang Feng raised his head and looked at the sky. He let out a long sigh and said faintly, Mister, to be honest, I did this to deal with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Mr. Yushan was shocked. Although he had long known that this kid had some sort of goal, he was still too inexperienced to deal with the 7 Wangs of the 5 families. It must be known that the 7 Wangs of the 5 families were able to take root in Jiangnan for so long. Of course, there was no need to doubt their strength. Could it be that this brat held this auction to cause internal strife in these clans? Wasn't he afraid that those people would make a move on him in advance? Now that he had dragged the Wu clan into the water, what was he trying to do? He even gave the papermaking technology to the Wu clan. Wasn't he afraid that the Wu clan would react and join forces to deal with him? Could it be that this time, the Wang clan was betting all their assets just to drive up the price and pull the Wu clan and Gao clan into the water? He already had a grudge with the Gao clan. Furthermore, the Gao clan was a branch family of the Fanyang Lu clan and was one of the clans that was developing at the front. Wasn't he afraid that the Gao clan would join forces with the Wu clan to deal with him? Or could it be that this kid already had a countermeasure? Zhang Feng played dumb and said, I wonder what Mr. Yushan means by saying this? When Mr. Yushan saw this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Aren't you afraid that the Wu clan will react and retaliate against you? Furthermore, you have even auctioned off the papermaking method. Aren't you afraid that those clans will do something? Zhang Feng immediately shook his head. Mister, you don't have to worry. This kid has a plan. Now, I have the funds to start up the academy, so I will have to trouble Mister. It must be known that the papermaking method wasn't something that just anyone could create. He had already handed over the core technology to the Yu clan to manage. The Wu clan could only obtain a superficial knowledge of the auction's technology. They were unable to grasp the true core technology. The Wu clan had bet all their assets to bid for the glazed goblet. Of course, they had to give them some benefits to pull them into the water. As for whether they would retaliate when the time came? What a joke. It was impossible. No matter what the Wu clan did, they wouldn't be able to create the glazed goblet. It must be known that without the papermaking technique, it was impossible for them to create the glazed goblet. The Wu clan was still far from being able to fight with Zhang Feng. Why not give the Wu clan some benefits and firmly control it in their hands? The key was to deal with the small clans like the 5 Surnames and 7 Hopes. They had to continue conserving their strength and pull in a wave of forces that belonged to them in order to gain a firm foothold in Jiangnan. As for the Gao clan and the Zhao clan, the Gao clan originally had a grudge with Zhang Feng. This time, the two clans had shed all pretense of cordiality because of the glazed goblet. The next step was to infiltrate the clans one by one, and the destruction of the 5 Surnames and 7 Hopes would be a step closer. The next step was to completely control the Wu clan. With the Wu clan's assets, the Academy's funds would be settled. Furthermore, the transparent glazed goblet and the perfumes and soaps would be successfully advertised. The business route in Jiangnan would gradually be opened up. The next step was to wait for the Wang clan to come over and discuss some matters in detail. Mr. Yushan nodded and bid farewell to Zhang Feng, preparing to leave. After Mr. Yushan left, Yu Qigong walked over to Zhang Feng and said with a serious expression, "I say, Feng Zi, you've really gone a bit overboard. The Wang clan has been scammed by you." Zhang Feng smiled and didn't say anything. It must be known that the Wang clan came to the auction this time to express their position to Zhang Feng. One must know that behind Zhang Feng's back was the imperial court. This was a wise move. The 5 Surnames and 7 Hopes would be destroyed sooner or later, so they had to stand on the right side. The Wang clan was now completely tied to him. Since they had sided with him, he couldn't treat them unfairly. When the time came, he would definitely give them some benefits to allow them to survive. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Chapter 22-25. After bidding farewell to Yu Qigong and the others, Zhang Feng stretched and prepared to return to his room. Recently, there had been an endless stream of tedious matters. Zhang Feng had not had a good rest for a long time. After opening the door, he took out some fine wine and sat at the table. He poured himself a cup and drank it in one gulp. No one knew what he was thinking about with his empty eyes. Too many things had happened in Jiangnan this time. Now, a small crack had been opened in the 5 families and 7 watches. Next, he only needed to rope in a wave of power that belonged to him and control these scattered clans. Then, he would be able to gradually gain a foothold in Jiangnan. After this auction, the relationship between the Zhao clan and the Gao clan must have gradually stiffened. Next, he only needed to quietly wait for them to come find him. It must be known that the Gao clan was one of the more powerful clans of the Fanyang Lu clan. In Yuezhou City, they could be considered a relatively powerful clan. This time, the Zhao clan suddenly interfered and did not care about the Gao clan's face. In the future, the Zhao clan would definitely be targeted by the Gao clan. The only choice the Zhao clan had was to cooperate with Zhang Feng. They had no choice but to fight against the Gao clan. Of course, they did not have the strength to do so. The other choice was to cooperate with Zhang Feng. After all, Zhang Feng represented the imperial court. No matter how powerful the 5 families and 7 watches were in this generation of Jiangnan, if they opposed the imperial court, they would be destroyed sooner or later. As for the Wang clan, the actions of this auction had already shown that they stood on Zhang Feng's side. If they did not choose a good position, then their Wang clan would sooner or later be destroyed by the Gao clan. Therefore, they would certainly stake everything on this one throw to express their sincerity to Zhang Feng. After that, Zhang Feng only needed to pull them to his side and put in effort for what he was going to do next. There was also the Gao clan. When they first arrived in Jiangnan, they had a conflict. This auction had completely stiffened the relationship between the Gao clan and the Zhao clan and the Wang clan. When the time came, pulling the two clans together to deal with the Gao clan would not be a problem at all. Now, the main thing was to gradually develop his power in Jiangnan. He needed to open a school and open a business route. Only when he gradually became stronger would he have the confidence to deal with the 5 families and 7 kings, disintegrate them from the inside, and infiltrate them bit by bit. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his sleeve and lit it up. He immersed his mind into the next deployment. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Zhang Feng's thoughts. Zhang Feng was abruptly awakened and pulled back his thoughts. He stood up and prepared to walk out of the room. When he opened the door, he saw Jia Daoran hurrying over. Seeing this, Zhang Feng asked, "Old Jia, what's the hurry?" Jia Daoran shouted, "Master, the Wang and Wu family heads are here." When Zhang Feng heard this, he was confused. Why did the Wu clan and the Wang clan come together? It seemed like the 2 fishes had taken the bait. The next thing would be much simpler. Thinking of this, he instructed Jia Daoran to have the Wang clan head wait in the living room while the Wu clan head came to the backyard to find him. A moment later, the Wu clan head came to the backyard with an excited expression under Jia Daoran's lead. He was in a very good mood. Not only did he win the bid for the extremely precious glazed goblet, he also obtained the technology to make the white paper. One had to know how precious the white paper was in the Jiangnan market. Most of the paper sold in the market was rice paper, and white paper was very rare and expensive. Normally, only scholars could afford to use white paper to write, so one could imagine how precious it was. However, Zhang Feng actually gave him the technology to make the white paper as a gift along with the glazed goblet. One could imagine how happy the Wu clan head was. Not only did he obtain the beautiful glazed goblet, but he also obtained the technology to make a fortune. The excitement in his heart was overflowing on his face. The Wu clan head pushed open the door and saw Zhang Feng sitting at the table, drinking cup after cup of wine. He walked over with a smile and said, "Prince Zhang, why are you drinking alone? Old man, let's have a drink together." Zhang Feng raised his head and saw the Wu clan head walking towards him with a smile. He immediately stood up and smiled, "Yo! Clan head Gao is here. Come, this way please. Old Jia, bring another jug of wine." Hearing this, Jia Daoran went into the house to get the wine. After a while, Jia Daoran brought the wine to Zhang Feng and the Wu clan head. He poured a cup for both of them and left the room. Zhang Feng smiled and said, Come, clan head Wu, let me toast you." After he finished speaking, he picked up the wine cup and raised it. The Gao clan head saw this and raised his cup as well. After a mutual gesture, they drank the wine in one gulp. Then Zhang Feng asked Jia Daoran to bring a wooden box. The Gao clan head was very curious. He didn't know what was inside, so he asked curiously, "Prince Zhang, what's in this box? I can smell the fragrance through the box." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "This is a good thing. It's called a cigarette. Take a puff to refresh your mind." As he spoke, he opened the box, revealing 2 cigarettes wrapped in paper. They exuded a charming fragrance that made people feel very comfortable. The Gao clan head couldn't help but pick up the cigarette and sniff it. Sure enough, the fragrance assailed his nostrils. "This thing is really good. This Prince Zhang is really good at discerning people." He couldn't help but study the transparent glazed goblet and the perfumed soap. He didn't expect there to be such good things. This really opened the eyes of the old man. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart at Zhang Feng's excellence. Chapter 22-26. Zhang Feng handed a lighter to Patriarch Wu and signaled him to light the cigarette. Patriarch Gao took the lighter and lit the cigarette. He took a deep puff and suddenly felt light and incomparably comfortable. That kind of feeling was indescribable. He didn't expect that a small cigarette could bring him such a wonderful feeling. This Prince Zhang actually created something so fascinating. He was indeed a young talent. Old man Gao couldn't help but admire him. Patriarch Gao couldn't help but admire Zhang Feng. Thinking of this, he asked again, Prince Zhang, do you know what the cigarette is made of? Why is it so fragrant? This. Patriarch Wu, I'll tell you later. Zhang Feng smiled and filled Patriarch Wu's cup. He said, I wonder why Patriarch Gao is visiting me. In fact, Zhang Feng knew why Patriarch Gao was looking for him. After the auction, Patriarch Gao was bound to ask him about white paper's papermaking technology. After all, Patriarch Gao had bet his entire fortune. Of course, Patriarch Gao couldn't wait to see him. Patriarch Wu suddenly came back to his senses after being asked by Zhang Feng. He came to find Zhang Feng to ask about the papermaking technology of white paper. After drinking some wine and smoking this cigarette, he almost forgot about it. He had bet all his money and now relied on the papermaking technology of white paper to make a comeback. Fortunately, he had made a lot of money in the market. With the rarity of white paper and the technology, it would be difficult not to make money. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little comforted. He opened his mouth and said, Prince Zhang, I wonder what the papermaking technology of white paper you talked about in today's auction is. When Zhang Feng heard this, he knew that Patriarch Wu wanted to ask about white paper. Only he and the Yu family had the core papermaking technology of white paper. If it wasn't someone he trusted, Zhang Feng wouldn't casually give such a precious thing to others. Even if Patriarch Wu obtained the papermaking technology, they wouldn't be able to make white paper. The core technology was in his hands. However, he still had to put up a front. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, Oh, I almost forgot about this. I'm sorry, you've helped me a lot. You've solved the funding problem for my college. I've already given the papermaking technology to the Yu family. Such a big business, the Yu family can't take it all. You can discuss it with the Yu family when the time comes. When Patriarch Wu heard this, his heart trembled. This Prince Zhang had given the papermaking technology to the Yu family. What should he do? He had bet all his assets, but in the end, he only had to share the papermaking technology with the Yu family. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that he had suffered a loss. When he thought of this, Patriarch Wu's face turned ashen. His expression was very unnatural. Before he came, he was filled with anticipation and excitement. He thought about how he would become incomparably rich after obtaining the papermaking technology of white paper. However, Zhang Feng's words instantly poured cold water on him. Was this Prince Zhang playing with him? He had already bet all his assets. Could he go back on his word? If he went back on his word, where would the Wu family's face go? How would outsiders view the Gao family? When he thought of these things, Patriarch Gao's heart was incomparably complicated. He wanted to cry but had no tears. When Zhang Feng saw Patriarch Wu's hesitant expression, he guessed that Patriarch Gao must feel that he had suffered a loss. He had bet all his assets on the papermaking technology, but in the end, he had to share it with the Yu family. Obviously, he wasn't satisfied with this result. However, wasn't this Zhang Feng's goal? He wanted to completely control the Wu family in his hands. Even if he obtained the papermaking technology, he wouldn't be able to set off any big waves. Everything would be under his control. However, he still had to give the Wu family some benefits so that they would fall into his trap. When he thought of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, Patriarch Wu, you have done me such a big favor. Of course, I won't let you suffer a loss. I have a glazed workshop in the center of Yuezhou City. I want to let you manage it. I wonder if Patriarch Wu is willing. What? Glazed workshop? Prince Zhang actually wanted to let him manage such a rare glazed workshop. One must know how precious glazed was. If that was the case, then with the papermaking technology and the glazed workshop, wouldn't he make a killing? When he thought of this, Patriarch Wu's heart was incomparably excited. He couldn't believe that Prince Zhang would actually let him manage the auction house's hot transparent glazed business. If that was the case, would it be a problem for him to make a comeback? Perhaps in the future, he would become even wealthier than before. He might even surpass the other clans. This way, he would be able to establish a school of his own in Jiangnan's market. When he thought of this, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He immediately nodded and said, "Then I will have to thank Prince Zhang. This old man can't thank you enough." Zhang Feng smiled and nodded. It seemed that this old fox had finally fallen into his trap. If he didn't give him some benefits, then he wouldn't be able to do it. One must know that whether it was the glazed workshop or paper, the final control was in his hands. Zhang Feng couldn't hand it over to others. He just wanted to control the Wu family in his hands. Zhang Feng had already thought of handing over paper and the glazed core to the Wang family. After all, the Wang family had helped him so much. He couldn't let him suffer a loss. Afterward, Patriarch Wu excitedly bid farewell to Zhang Feng and returned. Before he left, he didn't forget to take Zhang Feng's cigarettes. Such good things were treasures to them. Chapter 22-27. After the Wu clan had left, Zhang Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He called Jia Daoran over and instructed him to check the Wu clan's assets. The Wu clan's influence in Jiangnan wasn't too bad, so they must be quite wealthy. With this, the preparation of the academy wouldn't be a problem. Next was the Wang clan. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng slowly walked towards the living room. As soon as he arrived, he saw the Wang clan head pacing back and forth in the living room. It was obvious that he had been waiting for too long and couldn't sit still. Zhang Feng smiled and walked towards the Wang clan head. He said loudly, "Sorry for making you wait for so long." The Wang family head looked over and saw Zhang Feng walking in with a smile on his face. His heart was filled with excitement. He had gambled everything in this auction in order to express his stance to Zhang Feng. He had even shed all pretense of cordiality with the Gao family and the Zhao family. Now, he had no other choice but to rely on Zhang Feng. If he didn't seek refuge, what awaited the Wang clan was destruction. They would be bullied by the Gao clan sooner or later and wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, when he saw Zhang Feng, it was as if he saw the hope of survival. He didn't ask for anything else but for Zhang Feng to protect the Wang clan. After all, Zhang Feng had the imperial court behind him. If he didn't take a good position, then the Wang clan would be destroyed sooner or later. In the eyes of the 5 clans and 7 gazes, the Wang clan was just an obedient dog that would come and go as they were called. They were completely unimportant. Therefore, the Wang clan made this decision after thinking for a long time. They came to find Zhang Feng this time to see what arrangements Zhang Feng would make. As long as the Wang clan could be of use to them, they would do it even if it meant going through fire and water. Thinking of this, the Wang clan head smiled and said, "It's fine. I should be the one apologizing. The Wang clan wasn't of much help in this auction." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Uncle, look at what you're saying. You've helped me a lot. Without your help, how could the Wu clan come out? Without the Wang clan's clan head's help, the Zhao clan and the Gao clan wouldn't have shed all pretense of cordiality because of Lu Li, much less draw out the Wu clan. This was a great help." Hearing this, the Wang family head said, "Little friend Zhang, if you need anything in the future, just say it. My Wang family will definitely support you. Although we are weak, we will do our best to help you. As long as you need us, just say it." Although the Wang family was worried that if they chose Zhang Feng, they would be kicked around like a dog and treated like cannon fodder. However, Zhang Feng was recommended by Mr. Zihuai, and he was very cautious. He was also very open-minded. Although he was young, he dealt with things in an orderly manner. In terms of wisdom, there was no need to mention. This time, he set up such a big trap and involved all the clans. He even controlled the Wu clan. His methods were admirable. Zhang Feng smiled and said, "What are you talking about? We're a family, so there's no need to say such things. I've just arrived in Jiangnan and am unfamiliar with the place. I'm very happy to have your help. It just so happens that I need you to help me with something." The head of the Wang family was an old friend of the old elementary scholar, and Zhang Feng trusted his character. In Jiangnan, he was determined to cultivate a power of his own. He was very relieved to leave his core business in their hands. No matter what Zhang Feng did, he never did it himself. He always handed over his business to people he trusted and let them develop it. He only needed to give advice. Since the Wang clan and he were already in the same boat, there were some things that he didn't need to hide. Jiangnan was full of things and he needed help. The Wang clan head was puzzled and asked, "What is it?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "It's the paper-making technology of the white paper and Lioli mill. I handed the white paper to the Yu clan and Lioli mill to the Wu clan. I want you to go to Lioli mill and help the Wu clan manage it. Since we're a family, I'll hand over the core technology of the white paper and Lioli mill to you." When the Wang clan head heard this, he was shocked and looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Zhang Feng would hand over such a valuable business to him. He even handed over the core technology to him. The Wang clan head wasn't a fool. If he could tell him these things, then the paper-making technology of the white paper that the Wu clan had was only the tip of the iceberg. The real technology was in the hands of Zhang Feng. It was just that he didn't expect that Zhang Feng would hand over such important things to his Wang clan to manage. His Wang clan didn't have any virtue or ability. They only wanted to live a good life under Zhang Feng's protection. He didn't expect that Zhang Feng would trust him so much. He looked at Zhang Feng blankly and exclaimed, "Little friend Zhang Feng, what virtue or ability does this old man have?" As he said this, he bowed to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng saw this and quickly helped the Wang clan head up. He was just a junior and couldn't accept a bow from an elder. He immediately said, "The fact that I'm handing it over to you means that I trust you very much. We're all family, so don't refuse. Also, uncle, don't call me so formally." Then he smiled and looked at the Wang clan head. The Wang clan head didn't refuse anymore and was filled with excitement. He really didn't misjudge him. Zhang Feng was indeed a reliable person. In the future, the Wang clan might rise because of this. Chapter 22-28. Subsequently, the Wang clan head bade farewell to Zhang Feng and left the Zhang residence. Zhang Feng yawned and prepared to return to his room to have a good rest. Today's matter could be considered to have been satisfactorily resolved. The next step was to run these matters and wait for Jia Daoran to finish the inventory of the Wu clan's assets before making any plans. He dragged his exhausted body into the room and threw himself onto the bed. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, a crisp knocking sound came from the outside. Zhang Feng opened his hazy eyes and lazily got up. He walked to the door and opened it to see Yu, and Jingshu staring at him. He then returned to the room and leaned on the chair. He lazily asked, "Why are you guys here?" He glanced at Yu, and Jingshu from the corner of his eyes. He saw that they were wearing jewelry made of colored glass and looked exceptionally beautiful. He couldn't help but think that those noble madams had already left. Zhang Feng looked at Yu, and Jingshu and chuckled. With the contrast of the colored glass jewelry, the two of you are even more enchanting. Yu, and Jingshu couldn't help but blush when they heard Zhang Feng's praise. Indeed, these two girls were naturally beautiful. With the addition of the jewelry, they looked even more beautiful. One must know that clothes make a man, and Buddha relies on gold. At this moment, the two of them were like fairies. They were so enchanting that even Zhang Feng was intoxicated by their beauty. As he spoke, Zhang Feng went forward and hugged the two girls in his arms. He smiled and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Yu said angrily, "You are still talking about it. Don't you know how much trouble you have caused? Zhang Feng was confused and expressed that he was in a daze. What exactly happened to him? What happened? Or did he do something wrong? You, continued, aren't you afraid that the Wu clan will come after you for tricking them in this auction? You even let go of the paper-making technique. Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? When Zhang Feng heard this, he suddenly realized that the two of them were worried about him. He couldn't help but laugh. One must know that Zhang Feng was usually very cautious. He wouldn't do anything if he wasn't 100% confident. So what if he gave the paper-making technique to the Wu clan? Could they make it? He had already handed over his family assets. Zhang Feng wouldn't suffer a loss. When he thought of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "You two don't worry. I have my own plans. This time is to firmly control the Wu clan in my hands. So what if I give them the paper-making technique? Didn't I give the core technique to your family?" When Yu heard this, she was instantly enlightened. She had been traveling among the major powers for many years, so how could she not understand this logic? It turned out that Zhang Feng had handed over the paper-making technique to give the Wu clan some benefits and drag them down with him. The core technique was still with the Yu clan. Even if they gave the Wu clan the paper-making technique, would they be able to make it? Of course, it was impossible. What Zhang Feng wanted to do this time was to stir up internal conflicts between these families and stiffen their relationships with each other. He wanted to slowly break them down one by one and pull them to his side. So everything he did before was just a bait to lure them out. She couldn't help but admire this man who had captivated her even more. At this moment, Jing Shu suddenly asked, "Young Master Zhang, what if the Wu clan realizes this and retaliates against you in desperation?" Zhang Feng chuckled and quickly kissed Jingshu's face. This caused Jingshu's face to turn red. She immediately said shyly, "You." Zhang Feng smiled and said, "You two don't have to worry. Not only did I give the paper-making technique to the Wu clan, but I also gave the glazed workshop to the Wu clan to manage." When the two girls heard this, they exclaimed, "What? You also gave the glazed workshop to the Wu clan to manage? Aren't you afraid that the Wu clan will turn around and deal with you? Are you stupid? Do you know how precious and valuable the glazed workshop is?" After saying this, the two girls broke free from Zhang Feng's embrace and angrily turned their heads to the side. They seemed to be really angry. Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "Aya, my two grandmas, don't be angry, okay?" As he spoke, he pulled the two women into his arms again and hugged them tightly, afraid that they would break free again. He smiled apologetically and said, "Grandmas, listen to my explanation. I naturally have my own reasons for giving this to the Wu clan. Do you think I'm someone who doesn't think before doing things?" The two girls thought about it. Usually, Zhang Feng did things meticulously. He wouldn't do things that he wasn't sure of. Could it be that there was some secret? Perhaps he was like Paper, who had the core technology. That was why he gave it to the Wu clan. As for the Wu clan, even if they knew that Zhang Feng was deceiving them, they couldn't retaliate. This was because their family property had already been given to Zhang Feng. If they didn't do it, the Wu clan would decline. Therefore, the Wu clan could only continue to cooperate with Zhang Feng in order to survive. If they didn't listen, then the only thing that awaited the Wu clan was failure. Therefore, the Wu clan's economic lifeline was firmly pinned down by Zhang Feng. Compared to the Wang clan, who had already surrendered, the relationship between the Gao clan and the Zhao clan had also been strained because of the auction. The Zhao clan had already offended the Gao clan. All that was left was to slowly pull these clans to Zhang Feng's side one by one. From there, his influence in Jiangnan would rise step by step. He would overthrow the 5 clans and 7 hopes and disintegrate them from the inside. All of this was only a matter of time. The two girls couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng. They were ashamed of their inferiority. Zhang Feng's methods were indeed brilliant. They admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 22-29. Master, I'm back. At the same time, a hurried voice came from outside the house. Zhang Feng, who was discussing matters with the three women, was really shocked. He said lightly, "Speak." Jia Daoren pushed the door and hurriedly said, "Master, the Wu family's property has been accounted for. It's in the courtyard now." Zhang Feng heard this and his face suddenly became happy. He hurriedly said, Go, let's go out and have a look." Zhang Feng and the two women followed Jia Daoren to the courtyard. They saw that there were many large and small boxes in the courtyard. The boxes were filled with countless jewelry and copper coins. The dazzling lineup was quite spectacular. They didn't know how much these things were worth. Zhang Feng was shocked by everything in front of him. He didn't expect that the small Wu family in Jiangnan would have such a huge wealth. It seemed that they spent a lot of money on normal days. They actually accumulated so much money. Now he didn't have to worry about the funds for the preparation of the academy. These assets were enough to start the academy, and it was more than enough. It just so happened that the businesses in Jiangnan could be operated. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but show a touch of joy. Now the funds were enough. The next problem was the manpower. Now the news of the academy's opening had spread, so many students gathered in Jiangnan. However, the academy only had one teacher, Mr. Yushan. He was afraid that the manpower was not enough. It seemed that he could only invite Mr. Yushan to discuss it again. He immediately asked Jia Daoren to invite Mr. Yushan to the mansion, saying that there was something important to discuss. Then he returned to the house. While they were talking, outside the door, Gao Can's muffled voice sounded. "Master, Mr. Yushan is here." He hurriedly said, "Invite him in. Speak of the devil and he will appear." He immediately got up and prepared to go out to greet him. With a creak, the door was opened. Mr. Yushan smiled and said, "Mr. Xian, how have you been?" Zhang Feng saw this and hurriedly went to greet him. He smiled and said, "What are you talking about, Mr. Yushan? Come, please, sit down and talk." Then he led Mr. Yushan to a chair and sat down. Mr. Yushan looked at Zhang Feng's smiling face and couldn't help but think, could it be that this kid is up to something again? Why did he suddenly invite the old man here? What kind of medicine is he trying to sell? Mr. Yushan stroked his beard and said, "Mr. Xian, why did you invite the old man here?" Zhang Feng smiled. He didn't know what to say for a moment. The auction this time was also because of Mr. Yushan's reputation to attract countless aristocratic families. The harvest was quite bountiful. This time, Mr. Yushan definitely wouldn't refuse. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Mr., the Wu family's property has already been accounted for. It's enough to set up the academy. The academy is also in the process of being built." Previously, the news of the academy was spread out, attracting countless students. Now, more and more students are gathering. If the academy is built, I'm afraid Mr. Yushan won't be able to handle it alone. Hearing this, Mr. Yushan roughly understood what Zhang Feng wanted to do. Wasn't he just interested in the old man's students and his old friends in Jiangnan? He was beating around the bush to get the old man to bring those people to the academy and teach the students. This kid's belly was really full of evil tricks. Mr. Yushan looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you a great scholar yourself?" Zhang Feng's heart trembled. This Mr. Yushan was mocking him. Not only did he have to be busy with the academy, he also had to deal with the matters of the clans. How could he have the time to care about the academy? He roped in Mr. Yushan to be a hands-off manager so that he could focus on other matters. He simply didn't have the time to deal with the trivial matters of the academy. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Mister, this kid has just arrived in Jiangnan and is unfamiliar with the place. Mr. Yushan is a golden signboard here in Jiangnan. This kid's talent is shallow. Moreover, I have to deal with the matters of the clans and have no time to take care of the academy. Mr. Yushan. If an ordinary person wanted to become a great scholar, they would need at least 10 great scholars to recommend them. Then, they would need to register with the Imperial College, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Appointments, and the Supreme Court. Only then would the Imperial Court issue a document. However, this wasn't all. One still needed to obtain the approval of the Shandong clans. Mr. Yushan was in Jiangnan and had students all over the place. He also had old friends who were great scholars. If they joined the academy, then the academy could proceed smoothly. He could also busy himself with the matters of the clans and wouldn't have to worry about the academy. Mr. Yushan couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. This kid usually had a way of dealing with people. He was like a fish in water when it came to business. He opened the academy for the sake of the students and the common people. Considering his sincere heart, the old man would agree to his request. Thinking of this, Mr. Yushan said faintly, "All right, considering Mr. Yushan's kindness, the old man will help." When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. It seemed that this matter had finally come to a successful end. Next, he would have to deal with the matters of the clans. Chapter 22:30. At the same time. Yuezhou City. Zhao Manor. The Zhao family's patriarch was pacing back and forth in the courtyard, his mind constantly thinking about something. At this moment, the Zhao family's patriarch's head was swollen and hurting badly. He was dizzy. It was as if someone had ruthlessly hit him with a stick. Since the end of the auction, various unexpected things had happened, causing the Zhao family's patriarch to feel a sense of urgency that he had never felt before. Originally, he wanted to wait and see before making any plans, but now, because of some unforeseen events, he was pushed to the cusp of the storm, causing the originally peaceful Zhao family to become turbulent. The originally low-key and ordinary Wang family actually made such an unexpected move at the auction, causing the Zhao family's patriarch to be unable to guard against it. Not only did they drag him down, but they also offended the Gao family at the same time. He was afraid that his peaceful days in the future would change in an instant. Thinking of this, the Zhao family's patriarch stopped and sat beside a stone table made of stone. He picked up the wine pot on the table and slowly poured a cup of wine, drinking it in one gulp. He let out a long sigh, and his eyes became serious. He couldn't help but think of Zhang Feng. This Zhang Feng's actions were rigorous and he was quite resourceful. Not only did he have a super high glass manufacturing process, but he also made perfume, soap, and other things, causing disputes among the clans. Zhang Feng's arrival caused the clans who originally minded their own business to fight openly and covertly. And that Wang family, why did they suddenly become so crazy and actually completely fall out with the Gao family? Wasn't he seeking his own death? If they fell out with the Gao family, would they still have good days in the future? Suddenly, the Zhao family's patriarch slapped his forehead and thought of something. Could it be that the Wang family and Zhang Feng had long been in cahoots? Otherwise, why would the Wang family make such an extreme move and offend the Gao family? And that Wu family must be the same, to actually bet all their assets. They probably wanted to drag other clans down with them. Thinking of this, the Zhao family's patriarch frowned and rubbed his eyes. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did Zhang Feng do this? What was his motive for doing this? Could it be that he wanted to stir up conflict between the various clans and deal with the 5 clans and 7 nobles? The head of the Zhao clan revealed a look of astonishment. Thinking about it carefully, this Zhang Feng was backed by the imperial court. His purpose in coming to Jiangnan this time was definitely not pure. This auction might be the fuse. At this moment, the head of the Zhao clan did not dare to continue thinking about it. With Zhang Feng's actions, the unlucky one was his Zhao clan. The Zhao clan had always been an observer among the 5 clans and 7 watchful clans. They only wished for the stability of their clan. However, Zhang Feng's appearance broke the peace and forced the Zhao clan to make a choice. Thinking of this, the Zhao family's patriarch couldn't help but gasp. Hiss, he shook his head, a helpless expression appearing on his face. Pouring another cup of wine into his stomach, he let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but think that he had already offended the Gao family. His future days would definitely not be good. The Zhao clan's influence in Jiangnan was not enough to resist the Gao family. What should he do? The patriarch of the Zhao family stood up and looked up at the sky. His mind was constantly thinking about how the Zhao family should respond at this moment. On second thought, if they didn't cooperate with Zhang Feng, the Zhao family would sooner or later be bullied by the Gao family and decline. If they cooperated, what benefits would the Zhao family get? The Zhao clan's patriarch's heart was filled with melancholy. He couldn't help but feel incomparably worried about the future of his clan. Suddenly, the Zhao clan's patriarch's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered that the Wang family and Wu family didn't cooperate with Zhang Feng. What if the Zhao clan also cooperated with Zhang Feng? If they did this, would the Zhao clan obtain a turning point? Thinking about it carefully, Zhang Feng was a person who usually acted in a low-key manner and was open-minded. Moreover, he built White Deer Academy in Chang'an and was famous throughout the world. He also had the support of the imperial court behind him. He was a big tree that could be relied on. In addition, his daughter's relationship with Zhang Feng was not bad. Then the benefits that the Zhao clan could obtain would definitely not be small. Perhaps, in the future, they would rise because of this? Right now, the Zhao clan was facing a problem of standing. If they stood on the side of the 5 families and 7 watch, then how could the Zhao clan maintain their self-control? If they stood on Zhang Feng's side, would the Zhao clan undergo an earth-shattering change because of this? One must know that even the Wang family and Wu family were willing to stand on Zhang Feng's side. Then why couldn't the Zhao clan do the same? One must know that behind Zhang Feng was the imperial court. No matter how powerful the 5 families and 7 watch were, if they fought with the imperial court, the result would only be destruction. If 2 tigers fought, what would the Zhao clan do? Thinking of this, the Zhao clan head was conflicted. His decision would affect the fate of the entire Zhao clan. If he took a wrong step, then everything would be over. There would be no turning back. Thus, he had to be cautious. After thinking for a moment, the Zhao clan head composed himself and shouted, "Men, call the 2 young ladies over." A moment later, Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru arrived at the rear courtyard. When they saw the Zhao clan head, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did their father suddenly look for them? Could it be that there was something wrong? The Zhao clan head looked at his 2 daughters and couldn't bear to see them like this. "You, Ru, do you too like Zhang Feng?" In an instant. The Zhao clan head's words stunned Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru causing them to exclaim in shock. "Father, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru's faces instantly turned red. They didn't understand why their father would bring up this matter again. Last time, Zhang Feng had clearly said it. Impossible. Moreover, at the start, they didn't have that kind of feeling toward Zhang Feng. It was only after their father mentioned this matter to them that the shadow of that bastard, Zhang Feng, seemed to be imprinted in their hearts. However. Chapter 22:31. After a moment of silence. The head of the Zhao family said with a haggard face, "Know the fate of a woman in the family, and I feel guilty. But this is the Zhao family, and this is what every big family is going through and will go through in the future, so I can't do anything." At this point, Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru's eyes reddened, and their hearts were in turmoil. Hearing their father's words, they knew that the family was going to do something against their will again. But, this was the tragedy of a clan. Under the bright and beautiful exterior, what was hidden was helplessness, filthiness, shamelessness, benefits, and exploitation. This was a clan. They didn't know that they would always fantasize about meeting the person they were destined to meet, and that he would take them away from everything, and then find a mountain to live in seclusion for the rest of their lives. But, Father, what do you need us to do? Zhao Yu held back the tears that were about to fall from her eyes and asked calmly. She also wanted to escape from this reality, but what else could she do? The only thing waiting for her was to accept her fate. At this moment, Yu had already handed her fate to the heavens. The head of the Zhao family paused for a moment and said with a melancholy face, "Yu, the family is now in a life and death situation. I originally wanted to marry you to another family, but I can't bear to do so. So, after much consideration, I've decided to let the two of you find Zhang Feng again." At this moment, the head of the Zhao family had no other choice. He could only let Yu, and Ru, find Zhang Feng and make a final gamble. Otherwise, what awaited the family was the wrath of the Gao family. If they offended the Gao family, the Zhao family would never have a day of peace. Rather than that, it was better to find Zhang Feng again. One had to know that Zhang Feng was backed by the imperial court, and with Zhang Feng's protection, the Zhao family could at least protect themselves. Now that the situation had deteriorated, they could only let the two of them see Zhang Feng's attitude before making a decision. What was their father thinking? Could it be that it was because of the auction? At that time, Zhao Yu was also present. She witnessed with her own eyes how several great clans were competing with each other for Lu Li. Moreover, the Wang clan and Wu clan had gambled their family assets. Could it be that this matter had implicated the Zhao clan, causing the Gao clan to be dissatisfied? Zhao Yu was also present at the auction. Therefore, her father's decision this time might be because the Zhao family didn't care about the Gao family's reputation and offended them. Therefore, he wanted them to seek protection from Zhang Feng so that the Zhao family could have a breather. Thinking of this, Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru nodded in agreement and returned to their rooms. The patriarch of the Zhao family looked at the two girls leaving, his heart filled with helplessness. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, why would he send his daughter away? He sighed deeply. At the same time, in the Wu's living room, the patriarch of the Wus sat at the head of the table with a frown, as if he was thinking about something. They didn't go to the auction this time, but they heard some news. It was said that a few great clans were competing with each other for the same thing. The Wang clan even gambled their family assets. Not only that, the Wu clan did the same as the Wang clan. Both clans gambled their family assets to compete for the Lu Li, but in the end, it was still won by the Wu clan. It should be known that although the Lu Li was precious, it wasn't to the extent that a few great clans were competing for it. Even the Gao clan was competing for it. Why did Zhang Feng do this? What was the purpose of causing a few great clans to compete for it? Could it be that he had some purpose? The patriarch of the Wus thought more and more inconceivable. He couldn't help but sigh. What do you think of this matter? Everyone fell into deep thought. At this moment, a person below stood up and said, "Patriarch, to be able to cause a few great clans to compete for it, the value of the Lu Li is definitely extremely precious. Our Wus didn't go to the auction this time. Will that cause Zhang Feng to be dissatisfied?" The patriarch of the Wus frowned slightly. He couldn't help but think that they had to be daring. One should know that in this auction, those people with the 5 surnames and 7 desires were secretly watching. If they went and were known by those people, wouldn't that be courting death? Those people with the 5 surnames and 7 desires could destroy the Wus in minutes, so they couldn't be careless. However, when this Zhang Feng first came to Jiangnan, there were 1,000 guards behind him. It seemed that they were all retired soldiers. Furthermore, that Zhang Feng had Yu Qigong by his side. What should they do? They couldn't offend the 5 surnames and 7 desires and Zhang Feng. Was there no foolproof plan? Thinking of this, the patriarch of the Wus felt a headache. With a worried expression, he couldn't help but ask, "Then do you have any solutions?" Everyone fell into silence. At this moment, another person stood up and said, "Patriarch, isn't man, in contact with that Zhang Feng? Why don't we let man, go and find Zhang Feng? Perhaps our Wus can also get involved in this glaze business." The patriarch of the Wus changed his mind. That's right. Wasn't man, on good terms with Zhang Feng? If she went to find Zhang Feng, there might be a way to ease the situation. Otherwise, how could the Wus survive? They couldn't offend either side. It seemed that this was a good idea. The patriarch of the Wus nodded and said, "Then you go and tell man about this. At present, this is the only way." At present, the Wus didn't dare to offend anyone. If they offended one side, what awaited them was destruction. Therefore, they could only seek survival between the cracks of Zhang Feng and the 5 surnames and 7 desires. Therefore, sending man over now was a show of sincerity from the Wus. If something happened to man, and Zhang Feng, then it couldn't be better. Thinking of this, the patriarch of the Wus finally felt a trace of comfort in his heart. Chapter 2232. At the same time, in Yuezhou City. Zhang Mansion. Zhang Feng was lying on a chair in his room, a cigarette in his mouth. There was wine on the table, and he was immersed in the wonderful feeling brought by the cigarette. At this time, a voice woke Zhang Feng up. He heard Jia Daoran shouting outside the room. Master Fan is here." Zhang Feng was a little surprised. "Why is this guy here?" Zhang Feng got up and opened the door. He saw Fan Jin looking at him excitedly, his eyes full of awe. He felt a chill in his heart. "Is this guy looking for me for something?" He said lightly, "Master Fan, is there something you need? Come, let's talk inside." Fan Jin followed Zhang Feng into the room and sat down. After Zhang Feng sat down, he hurriedly handed the box in his hand to Zhang Feng. "Teacher, this is the Fan family's sincerity. Although it's not much, it's still a little bit of sincerity. Please accept it." "Is this why Fan Jin is looking for me?" Zhang Feng was a little surprised. Although Fan Jin had expressed the Fan family's position last time, this time, he couldn't help but look at the Fan family in a new light. It seemed that the Fan family was completely on his side this time and had shown their sincerity. In this case, he couldn't let the Fan family suffer a loss. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "In this case, it's not right for me to refuse. Just as well, my glass business in Yuezhou City will be handed over to the Fan family to manage." Fan Jin was startled. These words gave him a fright. One had to know that colored glaze was rare and extremely precious. Young Master Zhang's attainments in colored glaze were unheard of. That transparent colored glaze had attracted the attention of several big families. Not only that, young Master Zhang had also made colored glaze into jewelry for women. He even owned businesses such as perfumes and soaps. Now that he had handed over the colored glaze business to the Fan family, it was like a life-saving straw that lit up the Fan family's hope. Thinking of this, Fan Jin was so excited that his hands were trembling. At this moment, Fan Jin was unable to express his feelings with words. He immediately said, "Teacher, I'm afraid I can't bear this responsibility." Zhang Feng suddenly felt helpless. Since the Fan family had chosen to follow him, how could he let them suffer? Furthermore, they had taken out their assets to express their sincerity. No matter what, he had to protect the Fan family and give them a way out. The perfumes, soaps, and other businesses were already taken care of. However, the papermaking and glass businesses in Yuezhou City were currently lacking manpower. It would be better to give some of these things to the Fan family to show his sincerity. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said in a low voice, "We're all family, so there's no need to be so polite. I've divided the glaze business into 3 parts. One of them will be given to the Fan family, while the rest will be given to the Yu family. Together with the papermaking technology, I'll give it to the Fan family. Fan Jin was shocked. He didn't expect Zhang Feng to trust the Fan family so much and give them such precious things to manage. He was very happy for the Fan family's decision. Not only the colored glaze, but the white paper was also extremely expensive in the market. Ordinary people would never be able to come into contact with them. But today, young Master Zhang had actually entrusted these two items to the Fan family. How lucky was he in his previous life? The papermaking technology was the most important thing. Mastering these things was equivalent to mastering the road to wealth. He didn't expect Prince Zhang to make such a decision. It seemed that following Prince Zhang was an absolutely wise choice. Perhaps in the future, the Fan family would gradually rise because of this. They wouldn't decline day by day like before, and they wouldn't have to live under the oppression of the 5 families and 7 factions. This made Fan Jin even more determined to follow Zhang Feng and strengthen his power in Jiangnan. Fan Jin looked at Zhang Feng and nodded excitedly. He said, "Teacher, I will never forget your kindness." Then he bid farewell to Zhang Feng and got up to leave. After seeing Fan Jin leave, Zhang Feng also stretched. He saw Yu Suqian coming over from the corner of his eyes, so he called him back to the room to drink. A moment later, Fan Jin came to Zhang Feng's room again with big and small bags of luggage. He pushed the door and entered. Zhang Feng and Yu Suqian, who were drinking, were shocked by Fan Jin who suddenly broke in. They saw Fan Jin with big and small bags of luggage and were confused. "What is this guy doing?" Zhang Feng asked doubtfully. "You are?" Fan Jin smiled and said, "Aren't I going to take care of the glaze and papermaking business? I'm going to live in teacher's house." The wine that Zhang Feng just drank suddenly spurted out. He couldn't help but feel helpless to Fan Jin. "I asked him to take care of the papermaking and glaze business, but this guy actually wants to live in my house. Forget it, I'll just live in it." He immediately waved his hand and agreed. At this time, Yu Suqian on the side saw Fan Jin living in the house, so he also jumped out and shouted, "Brother-in-law, I also want to live in the house." Zhang Feng was speechless at the moment. "This guy is probably here for the cigarettes and wine in my house. Who let this guy be my brother?" Thinking of this, Zhang Feng nodded helplessly. Chapter 2233. Yuezhou City. Martial House. An incomparably luxurious mansion was located here. At this moment, in the courtyard, a middle-aged man was leisurely lying on a rattan chair. In his hand, he was holding a crystal-clear and very beautiful glass wine bottle. He couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the glass bottle. Hiss, there was actually such a wonderful thing in the world. It made people unable to put it down. This was the Wu family head who had bought the glazed goblet from Zhang Feng's auction a few days ago. Since the end of the auction, he had been staring at the glazed goblet every day as if he was possessed. He was extremely infatuated with it, and his face was filled with incomparable happiness. The head of the Wu family gently exhaled towards the glazed goblet and used his sleeve to wipe it. He was afraid that the glazed goblet would be stained with dust. His eyes were filled with love and he couldn't help but think, this glazed goblet is as white as summer and is incomparably translucent. It is truly a rare and peerless treasure. I didn't expect Zhang Feng to be able to create such a wonderful item. Thinking of this, the Wu family head seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He carefully took out an exquisite wooden box from his sleeve. His eyes were filled with greed as he picked up the wooden box and sniffed it. It was as if his whole body was immersed in this wonderful feeling. Then, he took out a craft paper cigarette from the wooden box and shouted, "Housekeeper, bring me a lighter." A moment later, Gao Cheng came to the Wu family head side with a lighter and blew on it. The Wu family head gestured for Gao Cheng to light the cigarette in his mouth. After the cigarette was lit, the Wu family head narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. He breathed out rings of smoke and immersed himself in the wonderful feeling of the cigarette. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. Wonderful. 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 This cigarette not only refreshed the mind but also made people temporarily forget some trivial things. It was really a treasure. If he had known earlier, he would have asked for more from the Zhang mansion and sold it back. At this moment, the Wu family head was comfortable, but the housekeeper beside him was suffering. He was choked by the smell of the cigarette and couldn't stop coughing. He said repeatedly, "Master, what is this black stick of yours? It's so suffocating, I can't stand it." Patriarch Wu smiled and said, "What do you know? These are cigarettes made by Prince Jiang. Ordinary people can't even touch them. I had to ask Prince Jiang for them." The housekeeper was shocked. What was so good about this black thing? It was also very choking. He really didn't understand why the old master liked this thing. The same went for that glass bottle. Ever since the auction ended, the old master had been staring at that thing. Wasn't that just ordinary glass? How could it be so precious? He really couldn't understand why his master valued this so much. At this moment, the Wu family's patriarch no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, he picked up the wine jug on the table and filled his cup to the brim. Then, he drank it all in one gulp and revealed an expression of enjoyment. At this moment, the housekeeper could not bear to watch any longer. He could not help but exclaim in his heart. "It's over. It's over." Master had gone mad. Master actually gave up the family property that he had worked so hard to manage for the sake of this thing. It was really not worth it. Were Luli and the black stick really so precious that they were worthy of Master's attention? The housekeeper could not hold back the curiosity in his heart and asked doubtfully, "Master, are the Luli and the black stick in your hands really that precious? Are they worth you betting all your family property on? Is this really worth it?" The Wu family's patriarch shook his head and sighed deeply. He did not expect the housekeeper to be so short-sighted after following him for so many years. He had not improved at all. Thinking of this, the Wu family's patriarch explained, "What do you know? Have you seen this transparent glass in the market? Do you know its value? How can you understand the value of this cigarette? One had to know that this transparent glass was unheard of in Jiangnan. Its value was even more precious. Otherwise, how could it have caused so many big families to fight over it?" Fortunately, the old man had managed to get it. There was no need to mention the black stick. Its value was not lower than the glass. Moreover, the old man had the paper-making technology that Prince Zhang had given him. White paper was extremely rare in Jiangnan. Only scholars could use it. Its value was almost the same as the glass. Thinking of this, the Wu family's patriarch smiled and said, "Do you know that if my Wu family wants to make a comeback, we have to rely on this? Otherwise, why would I bet all my family's property?" Moreover, that Prince Zhang had given the old man the paper-making technology of white paper. The housekeeper was shocked. The paper-making technology of white paper? This, he did not expect that not only did the old master obtain the glass, but he also obtained the paper-making technology of white paper. No wonder the old master had bet all his family's property. However, if he really made a fortune, would the people with different surnames and 7 aspirations be unfavorable to the old master? Thinking of this, the housekeeper could not help but remind the old master, if the Wu family really makes a comeback, the people with different surnames and 7 aspirations, the Wu family's patriarch sneered. If Lao Tzu made a fortune, would he still be afraid of you? At that time, the old man would definitely be richer than the Gao family. Even if the people with different surnames and 7 aspirations were to come, the old man would not be afraid of you. Chapter 22-34. At this moment, Wu family head was immersed in the endless pleasure brought by the glass goblet and the cigarette. At this moment. Reporting to the master. Wang family head is here to visit. A voice pulled Wu family head back to reality from this wonderful moment. In the blink of an eye, he saw a man hurriedly coming from the courtyard to report. The head of the Wu clan was deep in thought. Why did the head of the Wang clan suddenly pay a visit? Did something happen? Just as Wu family head was thinking, Wang family head walked towards Wu family head with a face full of smiles. When he saw Wu family head, he smiled and said, "Brother Wu, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look like a spring breeze." Hearing this, Wu family head got up and walked towards Wang family head. He smiled apologetically and said, "You're too kind. Brother Wang suddenly came to visit. I'm very happy. Come in, please." Then Wang family head followed Wu family head to where the rattan chairs were. After the two of them sat down, Wang family head took the lead and said, "I'm here to congratulate Brother Wu." Wu family head couldn't help but feel puzzled. This old guy suddenly came for an ulterior motive. Thinking of this, Wu family head shook his head and sighed deeply. He said, "Alas, what's there to congratulate? Brother Wang, don't make fun of me." Seeing this, Wang family head thought, this old guy is hiding something from me. Could it be that he's afraid that I'll come and take a share of the profits? Then he smiled and said, "Brother Wu, we're all smart people. Who in Jiangnan doesn't know that you spent a lot of money to buy the glass goblet at the auction? Are you afraid that I'll target your treasure?" Wu family head raised his hand and held his forehead. With a frown on his face, he sighed and said, "Alas, Brother Wang, don't make fun of me. I blame myself for being impulsive. Now my days are extremely difficult. I don't know what to do." When the Wang family head heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. When the Wu family head saw the Wang family head laughing, his expression couldn't help but change. What kind of medicine was this old man selling in his gourd? The Wang family head stopped laughing and said, "Brother Wu, you don't know. Before I came here, I went to the Zhang mansion. This time, I came here to help you solve your problem." When the Wu family head heard this, he frowned. Could it be that the Wang family had some sort of relationship with Zhang Feng? Could it be that the Wang family also wanted to interfere? The Wang family head looked at the Wu family head and laughed, "Brother Wu, how about I pay for it and you pay for it? What do you think?" The head of the Wu family looked at the head of the Wang family in surprise. He couldn't help but wonder if this thing was really that valuable. Otherwise, why would this old man make such a request? One had to know that the Wang clan had also gambled all of their assets to compete for this item, and in the end, it was obtained by him. As expected, they came here with ulterior motives. However, the Wang family and Zhang Feng were on the same side. If the Wang family wanted to interfere, the Wu family couldn't say anything. After all, this was arranged by Zhang Feng. Thinking of this, the head of the Wu family asked doubtfully, "Brother Wang said that you came here to solve your problem. Could it be that you know something? Why don't you tell me?" The Wang family head smiled and said, "Brother Wu, how much do you think the glazed goblet on the table is worth?" The head of the Wu family turned his head and glanced at the glazed goblet. He couldn't help but think that he had been playing with this glazed goblet for the past few days. This goblet was transparent and its appearance was very exquisite. Indeed, this transparent glazed goblet was extremely rare in the market. However, this goblet, no matter how precious it was not enough for him to make a comeback. Thinking of this, the head of the Wu family couldn't help but say, "This goblet is precious, but I'm afraid it's not enough to solve my Wu family's problem." Although this glazed goblet was precious, it wasn't enough to make the Wu family rise. One had to know that the Wu family had gambled all of their assets to obtain this item. However, the head of the Wu family couldn't see what was so precious about this glazed goblet. Thinking of this, the head of the Wu family looked at the head of the Wang family in confusion. The head of the Wang family couldn't help but laugh when he saw how confused the head of the Wu family was. Then, he said, "Brother Wu, do you know about the female jewelry made of glazed goblets that Prince Jiang took out at the auction? For example, hairpins and such. The head of the Wu family nodded. He knew about those things. When they were displayed, they attracted the attention of all the women present. They were very popular. He couldn't help but ask, Brother Wang, what do you mean? The head of the Wang family smiled and said, then how much do you think this hairpin is worth? The head of the Wu family thought for a moment. The jade hairpins on the market were only worth 100 or 200 coins. Although he wasn't too sure about the price of the jade hairpin made of glazed goblets, it should be around 600 or 700 coins. Then, he looked at the head of the Wang family and said indifferently, although glazed goblets are precious, they are only worth a few hundred coins. The head of the Wang family smiled and said, Brother Wu, you are really ignorant. This is a hairpin made of transparent glazed goblets. You must know that transparent glazed goblets are used by the royal family. I'm sure you know its value. Chapter 22:35. Patriarch Wu was stunned when he heard this. It was used exclusively by the royal family. He had heard of it before and knew that only the royal family had it. This was the first time he had seen it in Jiangnan. Could it be that the jewelry made of transparent glass contained a huge amount of wealth? Brother Wang, don't keep me in suspense. You must know something since you're here. Just tell me. Wu family head shook his head in distress. Wang family head stroked his beard and smiled, this glass hairpin is worth a lot. It's worth at least 10,000 strings of cash in Jiangnan. How many people can afford such a high price? If you sell a hairpin for 10 coins, how many people are there in Jiangnan? How many women are there? Excluding the old and young, how many are there? You can calculate this account. 10 copper coins, can't any of the servant girls in this residence take out 10 copper coins? Hiss, Wu family head couldn't help but gasp. There were many people in Jiangnan and many of them were women. Otherwise, why would there be a saying that beauties came out of Jiangnan? If this hairpin was sold for 10 coins, how many would 10 people be? 100 people, 1,000 people, this. Wu family head widened his eyes and looked at Wang family head, Brother Wang, is what you said true? Wang family head didn't say anything. He just looked at Wu family head and sighed. Sigh, Brother Wu, don't you believe me? At this moment, the head of the Wu family felt extremely awkward. It was not that he did not believe it, but he had never thought that this small piece of glass jewelry could be so valuable. If they could monopolize the entire Jiangnan, then it would be a huge fortune, and the Wu family had made the right choice by betting on this piece of glass. Thinking of this, Wu family head said apologetically, Brother Wang, it's not that I don't believe you, but this small glass hairpin, can it really make our Wu family rise again? Wang family head shook his head and said. Come. Brother Wu, let me explain it to you. Not just Jiangnan. If this glass hairpin is sold to the entire Tang dynasty and even exported to Persia, think about it, what will happen? Think about it, how many people will there be? Will your Wu family not be able to rise? When Patriarch Wu heard this, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Now that he had said it, it seemed to be true. If they were sold to the entire Tang dynasty, how many people would there be? If they were sold for 10 copper coins each, how much wealth would that be? Then export to Persia and other places, enter and exit trade, this, hiss, family head Wu couldn't help but gasp. Clan Master Wu couldn't help but feel extremely shocked. He cupped his hands and said, Brother Wang, after hearing your words, I suddenly understand. The Wang family head smiled and said, that's nothing. Brother Wu, not only do you have the valuable azure glass, but you also have the paper-making technique. Do you know how much it is worth? The head of the Wu family was stunned. He couldn't help but think that this white paper was very expensive in Jiangnan. Normally, only the scholars or scholars of noble families would use it when they held books. Its value was self-evident. Commoners couldn't afford it at all. Even the rice paper in the market was expensive, let alone this white paper. Could it be that the Wang family had asked this question because there was some business opportunity in this white paper? He immediately asked, "Brother Wang, what kind of wealth do you think this white paper contains that I don't know about?" "This white paper is worth 1,000 copper coins per kilogram in Jiangnan. The profit is quite low." "There's not much profit." The Wang family head smiled. This patriarch Wu really didn't understand the true value of this white paper. It should be known that this white paper was not only smoother than rice paper, but also whiter than rice paper. Prince Zhang only wanted to sell it at a low price and occupy the market in Jiangnan. Seeing this, the Wang family head said lightly, "Brother Wu, how much does Prince Zhang sell this white paper in Chang'an?" The Wu family head shook his head. How could he possibly guess? He only knew the value of this white paper in Jiangnan. As for Chang'an, he really didn't know. Thinking of this, he asked doubtfully, "Brother Wang, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me directly." Seeing this, the Wang family head smiled and said, "Prince Zhang sells this white paper for 800 copper coins in Jiangnan. If you sell it at a low price in Jiangnan, think about the value of this white paper." The Wu family head was shocked. He looked at the Wang family head in disbelief. He couldn't imagine how much this white paper would be worth if it was sold at a low price. One should know that this white paper was better than rice paper. If it was sold at a lower price than rice paper, it would be a huge fortune. The Wu family head was shocked. The Wu family head really didn't think about this. The Wang family head looked at the Wu family head and whispered, "Do you know how many scholars there are in Jiangnan? Prince Zhang is going to open an academy after the new year. How many students will there be? Think about it again. With so many people, how much of this white paper will be consumed?" The Wu family head stood up in shock and stared at the Wang family head. His chest was heaving up and down. At this moment, the Wu family head was extremely excited. If this was the case, the Wu family's turnaround was just around the corner. With azurite and this white paper technology, who would the Wu family be afraid of? He looked at the Wang family head excitedly and said, "Brother Wang, you are really my confidant." The Wang family head smiled and patted the Wu family head's shoulder. He said, "Brother Wu, don't forget me when you get rich." "Ha ha ha, I won't." If the Wu family head was really as the Wang family head said, then the Wu family's future wealth would be unimaginable. By then, the Gao family and the Wu family head would be nothing. The Gao family might even become the richest family in the world. Chapter 2236. Hangzhou Prefecture. Yu Residence. A solemn atmosphere filled the hall. Two middle-aged men and a young man were sitting in 2 rows of chairs. They seemed to be waiting for someone to arrive. They were Fan Jin of the Fan family, Patriarch Wang of the Wang family, and Patriarch Wu of the Wu family. They were here to discuss the distribution of Prince Zhang's assets with Patriarch Yu. After an unknown amount of time, Patriarch Wu of the Wu family could not sit still any longer. He turned to Patriarch Wang and said, "Brother Wang, it's been so long, but Patriarch Yu still hasn't arrived. What's the meaning of this?" He couldn't help but think that young Master Zhang had previously mentioned the papermaking technique and asked him to come to the Yu family to discuss this matter. Why hadn't he appeared after waiting for so long? What exactly was the Yu family's patriarch trying to do? Thinking of this, the Wu family head, who had been waiting for a long time, broke out in cold sweat. He couldn't help but worry. One had to know that he had come for the white paper's papermaking technology. Previously, the Wang family head had also gone to his residence to talk about the white paper. The value of paper made Patriarch Wu of the Wu family even more uncontrollably excited. Patriarch Wang turned to see Patriarch Wu of the Wu family asking him. He could not help but be puzzled. This old man can't sit still anymore. At the same time, he looked at the center of the hall and couldn't help but worry. A long time had passed, but the Yu family's patriarch still hadn't appeared. Could it be that something had happened? Since his Wang family had followed young Master Zhang, he would gladly accept whatever young Master Zhang asked him to do. In the past, the Wang family was like a kite in a precarious situation. Since they stood on Prince Zhang's side, not only did they give him a way out, but they might even be able to make a comeback. When he thought of this, he could not help but feel a trace of comfort and anticipation. Then, Patriarch Wang patted Patriarch Wu of the Wu family on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Wu, don't be anxious. Since Prince Zhang asked us to discuss the details with Patriarch Yu, we just have to wait quietly. Could it be that you can't wait any longer?" Wu family head smiled awkwardly and shook his head, "No, no." Meanwhile, Fan Jin, who was sitting on the other side, was quietly waiting for the patriarch of the Yu family to appear. To him, Prince Zhang was the savior of the Fan family. He didn't expect to get anything in return. He only hoped that following Prince Zhang would give the Fan family a chance to survive. No one knew how much time had passed, at this moment. A voice sounded. The three patriarchs who were still deep in thought in the hall immediately pulled their minds back and couldn't help but look outside. A middle-aged man wearing an embroidered robe walked in from the outside. He smiled at the three family heads and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry for the long wait." The moment the three patriarchs saw the middle-aged man, they recognized him to be the patriarch of the Yu family, Yuqi. They immediately stood up and bowed. "Patriarch Yu, what are you saying? We've just arrived." A trace of dissatisfaction appeared on Wu family head's face as he thought to himself. The patriarch of the Yu family was too ostentatious. He actually made them wait for so long. If the old man hadn't come here for the papermaking technology of the white paper, the old man would have already left in a huff. Why would he wait here with them for so long? Yuqi smiled and said, "Come, come, come. Don't just stand there. Sit down and talk, sit down and talk." Then, he walked to the main seat in the middle of the hall with vigorous steps. He stepped on it and looked at the three patriarchs below with endless joy on his face. Looking at the three patriarchs below, he thought to himself, "It seems that the three patriarchs suddenly visited my Yu family because of Zhang Boi's properties." The core of the papermaking technology of the white paper was handed over to the Yu family to manage. A few days ago, Yu came back and told him about the Zhang Boi's auction, which caused quite a stir. The transparent glass that could only be used in the imperial palace was created, causing all the major families to fight over it. In the end, the Wu family bought the glass with all their fortune and even gave away the papermaking technology of the white paper. It seemed that the Wu family came here today to discuss this matter with the old man. Thinking of this, Yuqi couldn't help but look at the Wu family, who didn't look too good, and a smile appeared on his face. The Wu family's patriarch broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, "What is this old man thinking? Why is he looking at the old man? It seems that my Wu family won't get any benefits from today's discussion." Yuqi didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded at the Wang and Fan family's patriarchs and greeted them. The Wang family's patriarch and Fan Jin also nodded back to Yuqi. This made the Wu family's patriarch panic. It seemed that the Wang family and Fan family would definitely get a lot of benefits this time. In that case, what should the Wu family do? The Wu family couldn't afford to offend the Yu family's patriarch, not to mention Prince Zhang. Now that he had lost all his fortune, he relied on the white paper technology and the glass to flip. How could the Wu family face themselves in today's situation? Thinking of this, the Wu family's patriarch sighed deeply. He was living under someone else's roof, and now he was penniless. What else could he do? He could only wait and see the results of this discussion. At this moment, a voice broke the silence in the hall. Yuqi opened his mouth, looked at the three patriarchs, and said lightly, "You all must be here to discuss the distribution of Zhang Boi's properties, right?" Chapter 2237. Hearing that, the three family heads nodded at the same time. Family head Wu looked at Yu Qihong with anticipation in his eyes. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. Yu Qihong smiled and said, "You three patriarchs can distribute among yourselves. Don't bother about old man." Instantly, the hall fell into silence. The three patriarchs were shocked. They looked at Yu Qihong suspiciously, their eyes full of doubt. What was the Yu family's patriarch doing? One had to know that they had come to the Yu family this time to discuss the distribution of young Master Zhang's assets. But, Patriarch Yu wanted them to distribute among themselves. What were they supposed to do? These assets belonged to Prince Zhang, and the Yu family had a close relationship with Prince Zhang. If Patriarch Yu didn't say anything, how would they dare to distribute the assets among themselves? Could it be that Patriarch Yu was plotting something? The three patriarchs looked at Yu Qihong suspiciously, trying to figure out what he was thinking. Yu Qihong continued, "Everyone, don't be confused. No matter what the outcome is, just let me know after you're done discussing." Hiss, the three patriarchs couldn't help but gasp. It seemed like they had to be careful about the distribution of assets. They couldn't afford to offend Patriarch Yu, and even more so Prince Zhang. After thinking for a moment, Patriarch Wu said, "Since Patriarch Yu isn't participating in this discussion, let's begin." Patriarch Wu had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Since Patriarch Yu wanted them to distribute among themselves, Patriarch Wu would definitely be the first to speak. This was extremely important to Patriarch Wu. It was related to whether Patriarch Wu could change his fate. Patriarch Wu said plainly, "I won't beat around the bush. I'll take 60% of the Liuli assets arranged by Prince Zhang." As soon as he said that, the other two patriarchs looked at Patriarch Wu and exclaimed in their hearts. This old man was really asking for too much. He asked for 60% in one go. There were 4 patriarchs in the hall, so Patriarch Wu wasn't afraid of biting his tongue. Patriarch Wang couldn't hold it in anymore. Zhang Feng had also arranged for him to support Patriarch Wu. Did Patriarch Wu want to monopolize the Liuli assets? The glazed glass industry was owned by Prince Zhang. If they wanted a share, Prince Zhang would also get a large share, and the rest would be divided among them. However, they didn't expect that the Wu clan head would ask for a large share. How could the Wang clan head compromise? Family head Wang couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up with an ashen face and said to Family head Wu, "Family head Wu, you've gone too far." The Wu family head smiled and ignored the Wang family head. He looked at the Yu family head with a serious expression, wanting to see what he would say. However, Yu Qihong, who was sitting at the head of the table, only looked at clan head Wu with narrowed eyes and didn't say anything. This made clan head Wu's heart beat faster. What was this old man thinking? Could it be that he had asked for too much? Or, thinking of this, Patriarch Wu's attitude slowly changed. If he offended the Yu family and Prince Zhang, then it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to obtain anything and would fail at the last moment. He said suspiciously, "If that's the case, then the Wu family will take 20% and give the large share to Prince Zhang and the Yu family head. Is that okay?" Hearing this, the Wang family head's expression gradually improved. It seemed that the Wu family head had realized that he was too reckless and had slowly lowered his initial momentum. If this continued, the Wu family wouldn't be in a good position at all. Fan Jin, on the other hand, watched quietly as they discussed the distribution of Prince Zhang's property. He came to the Yu family as a bystander this time. It was difficult for him to repay Prince Zhang's great kindness. He only wanted to help Prince Zhang and didn't ask for anything else. If there was a need, the Fan family would help. He wouldn't compete with the other two families. If he offended the Yu family and Prince Zhang, then he would have to bear the consequences. In the end, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Yu Qihong narrowed his eyes and stared at the Wu family head. He thought to himself, it seems that the Wu family head values the distribution of the Zhang family's property very much. But then again, it's inevitable that he would be excited after losing his family's fortune in exchange for these benefits. After watching for a while, he took out a cigarette from his sleeve and put it in his mouth. When Fan Jin saw this, he stepped forward and lit the cigarette for Yu Qihong. Yu Qihong looked at Fan Jin with a smile and a hint of appreciation in his eyes. The Wu family head saw that the Wang family, the Fan family, and the Yu family head were silent, so he said, "Everyone, if there are no objections, then it's decided." In the end, he was greeted with silence. It seemed that his concession was the best choice. If he continued to be stubborn, it would definitely cause the other two families and Prince Zhang to be dissatisfied. After thinking about it, he decided to stop while he was ahead. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. The Yu family head kept silent, and the Wu family head suddenly panicked. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What was this old man thinking? He didn't participate or speak. What should he do? Chapter 2238. If he didn't drag the Yu family's patriarch down with him, the Wu family would be the unlucky ones if there were any unforeseen circumstances. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He couldn't help but think of the papermaking technology. Prince Zhang had given the papermaking technology to the Yu family a long time ago. If he were to stand out and discuss the distribution of the papermaking technology with the Yu family's patriarch now, how much could he benefit from this? Would he offend the Yu family? Would he offend Prince Zhang? Thinking of this, the Wu family's patriarch stood up and bowed submissively to the Yu family's patriarch. "Patriarch Yu, how about the Wu family take 10% of the papermaking business?" Then, he glared at the Yu family's patriarch. The Wu family's patriarch was very nervous. He didn't know what the Yu family's patriarch would say next, and he didn't know if his words would incite public anger. The Wang family's patriarch, who was sitting next to him, looked at the Wu family's patriarch thoughtfully. It seemed like the Wu family's patriarch already knew about this matter. If the Wu family was too greedy and overzealous, then the Wu family's efforts would be in vain. One had to know that Prince Zhang had a close relationship with the Yu family. Who didn't know that? Yu Qihong yawned leisurely and ignored the Wu family's patriarch. He only waved his hand at them and leaned back in his chair silently. This made the Wu family's patriarch extremely conflicted. At this moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. He didn't dare to be careless, afraid that he would say something wrong and cause problems. Seeing that no one had any objections, the Wu family's patriarch couldn't help but feel a little happy. 10% was also a huge fortune. Then, he continued, I'll be in charge of the glazed workshops in the city center. The new workshops are still under construction. How about you be in charge of them? The Wang family's patriarch was unhappy when he heard this. How could the other glazed workshops be as prosperous as the one in the city center? One had to know that the glazed workshops had been operating for a long time, and the profits it generated were considerable. This Wu family head's plan was really good. He wanted to monopolize that good place for himself and let the old man manage the other glass workshops. Why didn't he manage them himself? He was really too cunning. Thinking of this, the Wang family head said angrily, "Brother Wu, you really know how to take advantage of others. That place is a fertile land, and the benefits you can earn from it are considerable. It's not good for your Wu family to occupy it, right?" The Wu clan's patriarch's eyes lit up. The old man had gambled all of his clan's assets in exchange for this. If he couldn't obtain the best benefits, then how could the Wu clan make a comeback? The Wang clan kept going against him today. What exactly were they trying to do? Could it be that they were blaming him for not cooperating with them? He remembered that a few days ago, the Wang family head had sought him out to discuss the matter of cooperation. Could it be that the Wang family head had jumped out because of the unequal distribution? He was determined to obtain the glass workshop in the city, but he couldn't afford to offend the Wang family head. If he caused too much trouble and caused Prince Jiang to be dissatisfied, then wouldn't that be a great loss? After thinking for a moment, the Wu family head smiled and patted the Wang family head's shoulder. He said indifferently, "Brother Wang, how about this? You and I will manage that glass workshop together. As for the benefits, we will distribute them reasonably. Don't cause any conflicts because of this." The Wu family head still couldn't cause too much trouble. This matter was related to whether or not the Wu family could rise. He couldn't be careless. It was better to curry favor with this old man first. The Wang family head couldn't help but frown when he saw the Wu family head's eagerness. What was this old man trying to do? His Wu family wanted to rise, but wasn't the Wang family the same? In the past, the Wang family was also a famous and prestigious family. But now, they were in decline. Fortunately, they had Prince Jiang's support. When it came to benefits, he couldn't ignore it. But seeing that the old man was willing to compromise, he reluctantly agreed. After all, he was now working for Prince Jiang, so he had to consider the big picture. Thinking of this, the Wang family head's expression softened slightly and he nodded. Seeing that the Wang family head had compromised, the Wu family head finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they continued to argue like this, it would definitely cause the Yu family head to be dissatisfied. The division of labor for the glass workshop had already been discussed. The next step was the papermaking technology for Baiji. Now, the Yu family head was in charge of this. But now, the Yu family head hadn't said anything, so he dared to fight with him. Baiji's market in Jiangnan was very sizable. No matter where they operated, they wouldn't suffer any losses. Thinking of this, the Wu family head asked tentatively, "Yu family head, how will the division of labor for Baiji's papermaking factory be divided?" Yu Qihong, who was in a daze, was pulled back to reality by the Wu family head's words. He glanced at the Wu family head and said indifferently, "You arrange it yourselves." The Wu family head's heart skipped a beat. The Yu family head hadn't said much from the beginning. Everything he asked was arranged by them. What was this old man trying to do? Yu Qihong yawned and said, "If there's nothing else, the old man is going to rest." For a moment, the Wu family head's face was ashen. It turned out that he came here today to let them discuss among themselves. The Yu family head didn't take him seriously. After thinking about it, he held back. After all, he couldn't afford to offend them now. Then, he flicked his sleeves and left without looking back. The Wang family head and Fan Jin bowed to the Yu family head and left one after another. After seeing them leave, the corner of Yu Qihong's mouth curved into a smile. The old man's son-in-law is Zhang Feng. No matter how you divide it, the old man will have a share. The old man doesn't care about you. Chapter 2239. At the same time, Yuezhou City. A huge mansion was located in the bustling area of the city. There was a plaque made of Phoebe Jiannan wood hanging above the Vermilion Gate. There were two big words written on it. Gao Mansion. Next to these two big characters, there was a line of small characters, Fanyang Lu Shi. Walking into the courtyard, there were countless exotic flowers and herbs. There were even many precious species that even the palace didn't have. In the middle of these flowers, there was a middle-aged man. His hair was combed high, and there were some white hairs on his temples. There were many wrinkles on his face, and a pair of muddy old eyes were half squinted. His expression was uncertain. He was the head of the Gao family, Gao Xian. At this time, he seemed to be thinking about something. "Master!" Gao Cheng called out from behind. Gao Xian's thoughts were interrupted, and he frowned. Obviously, he was a little dissatisfied. He didn't like people interrupting him when he was thinking. However, hearing the voice, it seemed to be Gao Cheng's housekeeper. He faintly said, "Gao Cheng, don't you know that I don't like to be disturbed now?" Gao Cheng was slightly surprised, and then said, "Master, I didn't mean to disturb you, but, it's..." Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng? Gao Xian frowned, turned his head slightly and asked, "What's wrong with Zhang Feng?" Gao Cheng lowered his head and said with a worried face, "Master, Zhang Feng is now building white paper factories in Yuezhou City. I don't know what he's going to do." When he went out to buy things, he saw some craftsmen building paper factories in Yuezhou City. He didn't know what Zhang Feng was going to do, so he hurried back to tell his master. Sure enough, when Gao Xian heard Gao Cheng's report, he frowned and shouted angrily, "Is this true?" Gao Cheng hurriedly lowered his head and said softly, "It's true, master." Gao Xian's brows were almost twisted into a ball as he thought to himself, "What is this Zhang Feng trying to do? Building a paper mill at this time?" Ever since she returned from the auction, Gao Xian's heart hadn't calmed down for even a single day. At the auction, the Wang clan, Wu clan, and Zhao clan were competing with the old man for Lu Li. In the end, the Wang clan and Wu clan actually put their entire wealth on the line to oppose the old man. Gao Xian couldn't get rid of the old man's reputation. It was all because of Zhang Feng. What was the purpose of Zhang Feng building paper mills all over the city? Was it purely to develop a business? Thinking up to this point, he turned his head to glance at Gao Cheng and asked in puzzlement, "What do you think Zhang Feng's intentions are?" Gao Cheng was startled by the patriarch's question. He said timidly, "Master, this Zhang Feng suddenly acted like this. Presumably, his motives are impure. You should know that the value of white paper is quite high. Why would he build a paper mill at this time? Could it be?" Gao Xian was shocked. Could it be that this Zhang Feng wanted to oppose the old man? The business that circulated on the surface of Jiangnan City was basically based on rice paper. The white paper was very precious and the cost of production was not low. Only those scholars used it to hold books, so the patriarch's money was not cheap. Could it be that Zhang Feng wanted to build a paper mill to compete with the old man for the white paper business in Jiangnan City? Gao Xian strolled to the table in the courtyard and sat down. She picked up the wine pot on the table and poured a cup of wine to drink. She let out a long sigh. Alas, it was said that the price of Zhang Feng's white paper was quite low. If he competed with the old man for business in Jiangnan City, wouldn't the old man be at a disadvantage? It should be known that the low price of white paper would attract the pursuit of countless scholars in Jiangnan City. Its value was very considerable. Plus, Zhang Feng's business skills. This matter, I'm afraid it's not good. Gao Xian turned her head and looked at Gao Cheng with a melancholy face. She sighed and said, "Gao Cheng, what do you think of this matter?" Hearing this, Gao Cheng was hesitant at the moment. It seemed that there was something he hadn't told her, which made Gao Xian puzzled. Could it be that there was something else besides the matter of Zhang Feng building a paper mill? She shouted angrily, "Say it." Gao Cheng was so scared that he sat on the ground and stammered, "Old Master, this lowly one also heard that the Wang family, Fan family, and Wu family went to visit the Yu family 2 days ago and had a long discussion before they left." As soon as he said this, Gao Xian was instantly furious. She flicked her sleeve and knocked the wine pot and wine cup on the table to the ground. Gao Cheng was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. It should be known that no one could stop the master when he was angry. The Wang family, the Wu family, and the Fan family were actually together with the Yu family. The Yu family and Zhang Feng had a close relationship. Previously, the Yu family in the auction house was against the old man, which made the old man very angry. He didn't expect that the Wang family and the Wu family were also with Zhang Feng. Presumably, the Zhao family and Zhang Feng must also be connected. The old man was furious. He had long seen that there was something wrong with them. They actually shed all pretense of cordiality and went against the old man at the auction house. Gao Xian suddenly stood up with a furious look on her face. She cursed, "You guys are really something. If my Gao family doesn't show our power, do you really think that I'm made of paper?" In Jiangnan, his Gao family was considered to be one of the top clans among the 5 families and 7 gazes. There was no need to talk about their financial resources. He didn't expect that the appearance of Zhang Feng would make those big clans unite to go against his Gao family. Chapter 2240. But what could be done at the moment? If this went on, how could the Gao family survive in Jiangnan in the future? Thinking of this, Gao Xian was a little embarrassed. After all, the attraction of white paper was hard to resist. But when Zhang Feng developed the Gao family, what should he do? The Gao family was being forced by a few families to the point of being helpless. This was not the Gao family's style. Master, I have a plan. Gao Qing stood up and said obediently. Oh? Gao Xian was shocked. Her eyes suddenly became a little excited. This Gao Cheng had followed her for many years. He was quite good at dealing with people and had a knack for crafty ideas. Gao Xian looked at Gao Cheng with interest and said, "Tell me about it." Gao Cheng chuckled as he moved closer to Gao Xian and whispered, "Master, we can poach people from Zhang Feng's paper mill." Gao Xian looked at Gao Cheng suspiciously. She could not help but wonder. What kind of plan did Gao Cheng come up with? Poach people? Would it work? She said faintly, "Tell me about it in detail." Old man, listen. Gao Cheng's eyes darted around as he looked at Gao Xian and said, "Master, I have a few fellows in the paper mill. When the time comes, I will talk to them and bring them over to our side. We can make our own paper. Wouldn't that be better?" Hiss. In an instant, Gao Xian's eyes turned into the shape of a copper coin. She muttered, "Yes, why didn't old man think of this? Not to mention other things, if they did as Gao Cheng said and poached people from the paper factory, wouldn't they have mastered the technology of white paper? Then they could sell it at a low price. Zhang Feng's paper factory would not be able to operate. This was a good idea. With the Gao family's influence in Jiangnan, if they sold white paper, their business would be booming. But at the same time, Gao Xian was worried. If they could not poach people, what should they do? Not only would they not get the technology of white paper, but if people knew about it, the Gao family would lose face. Then, he turned to look at Gao Cheng suspiciously and said, "Will this work?" Gao Cheng smiled sinisterly and said, "Master, you don't know this, do you? Money makes the world go round. Besides, with Master's strong financial resources, is there anyone you can't poach?" Hearing this, Gao Xian's face could not help but reveal a smug smile. Indeed, there was nothing in the world that couldn't be done with money. In terms of wealth, who could compare with the Gao family? As long as they had enough money, there was nothing that couldn't be done. Then he patted Gao Cheng's shoulder and laughed, "Gao Cheng. Looks like old man didn't misjudge you. You really have a lot of ideas." Gao Cheng said with a flattering smile, "It's my honor to be able to give advice to Master." He was secretly delighted. In the Gao family, old Master usually treated him well. It was just that sometimes, old Master's temper was not very stable, and his mood was unpredictable. Today, he saw old Master beaming with joy. Suddenly, he bared his teeth and said, "Master, it's not only that. Not only can you get the technology of making white paper, but you can also get the glaze business easily." Hearing this, Gao Xian suddenly became interested. He didn't expect Gao Cheng to bring him more surprises than just this. He even had a plan. He smiled and said, "Gao Cheng, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't hide it. Old man usually treats you well." Gao Cheng immediately said, "Master, you're simply reducing my lifespan. It's my duty to solve your doubts. I also have an old friend in the glaze workshop. If you can rope him in, Master, not only can you get the technology of making white paper, but also the method of making glaze." Gao Xian was shocked when he heard this. Then he laughed. This was a great surprise. Old Man had been taking care of the glaze for a long time. If he could get the method of making glaze. TSK, the value of this was immeasurable. It should be known that the transparent glaze was owned by the royal family. If Old Man also opened a glaze workshop, thinking of this, Gao Xian's eyes lit up. Then Zhang Feng and the other families wouldn't be afraid of his Gao family. From now on, his Gao family would be able to dominate Jiangnan. So what if they had 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Their daily interactions were just for face. If something really happened, no one would help you. It was all for benefits. If he had the technology of making white paper and the glaze, who in Jiangnan could stop him? Ha 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 ha. Gao Xian looked at Gao Cheng with a gratified smile and said, Gao Cheng, I'll leave this matter to you. This old man believes in your ability. If this matter is handled well, this old man will reward you handsomely. Hearing this, Gao Cheng's heart bloomed with joy. What an honor it would be to be recognized by Master. He immediately said, Master, don't worry. I will definitely settle this matter properly. Just wait for the good news. Gao Xian smiled and nodded. He waved his hand and signaled Gao Cheng to quickly settle this matter. After Gao Cheng left, Gao Xian looked at the hundreds of flowers in the courtyard. His heart was filled with anticipation. Zhang Feng and the Wang family, Wu family, Fan family, and Gao family, just wait for the old man's anger. Old Man will let you know the consequences of offending the Gao family. Chapter 2241. Prince Zhang, have a cup of hot tea first. In Zhang Feng's residence. Jingshu quietly looked at Zhang Feng as she handed him a cup of hot tea. Zhang Feng expressed his gratitude and put down the brush. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea was neither too cold nor too hot. These were the tea leaves that Chang Feng brought from Chang'an. It tasted sweet and fragrant. A soft tea aroma filled his mouth, making him unable to help but recall the aftertaste. It was not in vain that he had personally picked these tea leaves. The taste was good. If he had known, he would have brought more. Zhang Feng smacked his lips and said, Good tea. Jingshu pursed her lips and smiled. She pointed at the paper filled with words in front of Zhang Feng. What are you doing? You've been sitting here for 4 hours. It's time to eat. Just a little more. It'll be done in a while. You looked at the two of them from afar and pouted with jealousy. You're really heartless. Do you know that you've offended the Gao clan? Aren't you afraid that they'll take revenge on you? Zhang Feng smiled faintly and pulled you over. He then pulled Jingshu's hand and chuckled. So you was worried about me. You blushed and broke free from Zhang Feng's hand. She glared at Zhang Feng and said angrily, What are you doing now? You're still in the mood to drink tea at a time like this? Do you want the 3 of us to become widows in the future? She couldn't help but recall that when she had returned to the Yu clan, her father had told her that the Wu clan, Fan clan, and Wang clan had come to the residence to discuss the distribution of Prince Zhang's businesses. At this time, paper mills were being built all over the city. Wasn't this a clear sign that they were going to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Gao clan? Even though Prince Zhang had a confrontation with the Gao family because of her, she was still the Gao family. However, this was Jiangnan, the Gao clan's territory. They had to be cautious and take precautions. A few days ago, at the auction, Prince Zhang had escalated the conflict between the clans and vented his anger on the Gao clan, causing the Gao clan to lose face. Now, he was competing with the Gao clan for the white paper business. How could the Gao clan let this go? They would definitely make a move against Prince Zhang. She couldn't help but worry. Looking at Zhang Feng's unhurried manner, she felt incomparably furious. Zhang Feng sighed. Sigh, the tree may wish for peace, but the wind won't stop blowing. I don't even care about a small Gao family. I'm just waiting for him to make a move. Yu Er's face was filled with shock, and endless doubts arose in her heart. Could it be, Prince Zhang already had a plan? Thinking of this, Yu Er asked in surprise, why? Zhang Feng stood up, took Yu Er and Jingshu into his arms and said with a smile. Why do you think I'm holding this auction? Don't you understand the principle of casting a long line to catch a big fish? Yu Er was stunned and couldn't help but think. She exclaimed, could it be? You mean, Jingshu thought for a moment and said, you mean to lure the Gao clan into your plan and take control of the Gao clan? Zhang Feng smiled and didn't say anything. Then, he stroked Jingshu's beautiful hair with his hand and nodded. As expected of my woman, Zhang Feng. You're like a roundworm in my stomach. You know everything I'm thinking. The two women immediately cast a look of disdain at Zhang Feng and acted like they wanted to vomit. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly. It should be known that what Zhang Feng wanted to do was to lure the Gao clan into his trap. When he first arrived in Jiangnan, he offended the Gao clan because of Yu Er. Since then, he had made the Gao clan lose face because of the auction. The Gao clan must hate Zhang Feng to the core and want to kill Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was already a sworn enemy of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Now that he had offended the Gao clan, Zhang Feng had completely become their public enemy. The Gao clan was bound to take revenge on Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng was waiting for them to make a move. Once the Gao clan made a move, they would fall into Zhang Feng's trap. In this way, Zhang Feng could carry out his plan to eradicate the Gao clan or control them in his own hands. In this way, the first step of his plan would be completed perfectly. The next step was to deal with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Suddenly, Yu Er was enlightened. She couldn't help but nod. Then, she looked at Zhang Feng and said. Then, what are you going to do next? Zhang Feng lazily leaned on Jingshu's shoulder. Smelling the waves of fragrance from Jingshu's body, he couldn't help but be fascinated. Wait and see. If the Gao clan comes, I, Zhang Feng, will welcome them at any time. For a moment, Yu Er's heart felt as if it was struck by lightning. It turned out that Prince Zhang had already thought of a countermeasure. No wonder he was drinking tea so leisurely with a calm expression. However, this bastard, why didn't he tell me earlier? He made me worry for a long time. He's really lovable and hateful, but I can't do anything about him. Thinking of this, Yu Er couldn't help but feel angry. So, she broke free from Zhang Feng's embrace and prepared to leave angrily. Zhang Feng quickly got up and stepped forward to pull Yu Er back into his arms again. He smiled and said, "All right, my great aunt, it's all my fault. Don't be angry." As he said that, he quickly kissed Yu Er's face. Yu Er, who was still angry, flushed red in an instant. Zhang Feng looked at the two women with a smile on his face and thought to himself. The next step was to wait for the Gao clan to fall into his trap and lure out the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. If you don't make a move, then I, Zhang Feng, will take the initiative to attack. Chapter 2242. Ha ha ha, Fengzi, come out. Lao Tzu is here. The next morning, Yu Qigong arrived at Zhang Feng's residence early in the morning. He went up to the door and banged on Zhang Feng's door. Seeing this, Jia Daoran quickly went up and blocked Yu Qigong. "Sir, you're here." When Yu Qigong saw the situation, he smiled and said, "It turns out that this kid is still sleeping?" Jia Daoran's face stiffened. He quickly explained, No. Master is bathing. Please wait. Bathing early in the morning? Was this kid crazy? Yu Qigong knew that this guy was someone who could sleep until the sun shined on his butt. What time was it now? Why was he up? Yu Qigong couldn't help but be even more curious. He asked, Go. Hurry up and tell him to come out. I'm here to drink with him. Jia Daoran instantly felt a headache coming on. If it was anyone else, if they dared to say such words, they would have been beaten to a pulp. However, even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to fart in front of the man in front of him. Who was this? The god of war of the Tang dynasty, a duke. Thinking of this, Jia Daoran quickly smiled apologetically. Master Yu, please wait a moment. I'll go get Master, no need. Yu Qigong was about to say that he would personally go and see if this kid had collapsed. After all, who could stand being accompanied by 3 beautiful women? However, after thinking about it, he asked in a low voice, is Fengzi bathing alone? Ah, yes. Hearing Jia Daoran's words, Yu Qigong's playful heart rose. Fine, I'll go take a look. This kid is drowning. Master. Master Yu, this is not right. Jia Daoran was shocked. However, he didn't dare to offend either of the 2 masters. He could only follow behind Yu Qigong anxiously. Yu Qigong knew Zhang Feng's residence like the back of his hand. After asking around, he arrived at the place where Zhang Feng was bathing. He slammed his palm on the door. Instantly, the door creaked. Feng Zi, you're not done yet? Zhang Feng, who was enjoying his bath, was shocked when he heard this. He accidentally slipped into the pool and drank a big mouthful of water. Zhang Feng was so angry that he pointed at the door and scolded, F***CKU. What are you doing so early in the morning? Ha ha ha, then I'm coming in. As he spoke, Yu Qigong pushed open the door. The door bolt should have been able to withstand the full force of a man in his prime, but in Yu Qigong's hands, it was as if it was closed. With a push of his hand, the door fell down instantly. Looking at the house filled with warm steam, Yu Qigong felt as if he had seen an incredible treasure. Hey, what are you tinkering with this time? Zhang Feng, who had poked his head out of the pool, saw Yu Qigong and was immediately enraged. He pointed at Yu Qigong and scolded him. Damn you, you made Lao Tzu choke on water. Yu Qigong immediately burst out laughing when he saw Zhang Feng's pathetic state. Ha ha ha, Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Yu Qigong, flicked his wet hair, and said indifferently. You uncouth fellow, what do you know? This is a bathhouse. Yu Qigong stared at Zhang Feng with wide eyes, his face full of confusion. What's this? Bathhouse? This kid was always tinkering with things that he didn't understand. He had never heard of a bathhouse before, so he was instantly curious. He stood up and looked around the room. He looked to the east and looked to the west. From time to time, he would let out a cry of surprise. The bathhouse was very big. Zhang Feng and Yu Qigong were in the main pool. There were stairs leading down to the pool, and there was an entrance to the pool. Outside the pool was a smaller pool, and there was a big pot for heating the pool. The water would flow from the small pool into the big pool in the house through the entrance. There was also an outlet at the other end of the big pool to maintain the flow of the water. Looking at the large pool before him, Yu Qigong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss, good lad, you actually didn't tell Lao Tzu that you had such a good thing. Lao Tzu will bathe with you. Ha ha ha, Zhang Feng exclaimed from the pool. Don't come down, your grandpa. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a splash. There was a splash in the pool. Yu Qigong jumped into the pool, scaring Zhang Feng so much that he hurriedly climbed out of the pool. He looked at Yu Qigong with disdain. Your grandpa, are you crazy? Yu Qigong was a military man, and he was always on the battlefield. Sometimes, he wouldn't be able to take a shower for months or even a year, so his body was often accompanied by a foul smell. This made Zhang Feng very disgusted. Zhang Feng loved cleanliness and would shower almost every day. How could he tolerate Yu Qigong jumping into the pool? He immediately climbed out of the pool. Seeing Zhang Feng climb out of the pool, Yu Qigong cursed. You lad, don't tell me you think Lao Tzu stinks. You hid so far away. How dare you dislike Lao Tzu? See if Lao Tzu won't pull you down to bathe with Lao Tzu." As he spoke, he rushed out of the pool and walked towards Zhang Feng. Seeing that Yu Qigong was about to pull him away, he was so scared that he hurriedly ran away, cursing as he ran. "Your grandpa, what are you trying to do? Motherf asterisk cur. Hey, 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 don't touch me, I'll F asterisk king come down, okay? F asterisk ck, get away from me." However, how could Zhang Feng outrun Yu Qigong, who was skilled in martial arts? He was caught on the spot and pulled into the pool. Chapter 2243. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them climbed out of the pool, their bodies steaming. Yu Qigong's tan skin instantly looked much whiter after soaking in the pool. Yu Qigong was like a curious baby. He sniffed the fragrant arm and looked at the soap. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said to Zhang Feng, "You brat, what's going on with this bathhouse? You better explain it to me properly. Why do I feel so comfortable all of a sudden?" Zhang Feng looked at Yu Qigong in disdain, his face full of helplessness. "Big brother, how often do you bathe?" Yu Qigong thought for a moment. "Probably in the summer. We were dredging the river at that time, so I went in for a swim." Zhang Feng's eyes almost popped out when he heard that. He asked in a trembling voice, "Other than this time, when was the last time?" Yu Qigong was a little impatient. "Kid, why are you asking so many questions? The men of the Tang dynasty basically bathe once a year, when they bid farewell to the Chinese New Year. What's wrong with that? Bid farewell to the Chinese New Year? That means they only bathe once a year? Oh my God!" Zhang Feng was going crazy. It turned out that every time he was with these guys, he could smell the thick stench of sweat that could not be dispersed. It turned out that, he thought about the stick they used to wipe their butts, and then thought about bathing. Instantly, Zhang Feng's hair stood on end. It was 2F asterisk king scary. These were the men of the Tang dynasty? What the F asterisk ck, F asterisk ck your grandpa? Yu Qigong looked at Zhang Feng's constipated face and was instantly unhappy. He snorted and said, "Hey, you're still complaining that Lao Tzu stinks after bathing?" As he said that, he got ready to drag Zhang Feng into the pool again. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly dodged Yu Qigong and exclaimed, "Damn you, you want to do it again?" Yu Qigong laughed mischievously as he looked at Zhang Feng, causing goosebumps to appear all over Zhang Feng's body. Alright, I give up. Let's go out and have a drink while we chat, alright?" At this moment, Zhang Feng was afraid that this guy would pull him into the water again. He thought about how this guy had not bathed for a long time and used a rod in the toilet all year round. This, could it be? At this moment, Zhang Feng's mind was already filled with that image. Fortunately, he managed to hold it in. Otherwise, he would have vomited last night's meal. After that, the two of them changed their clothes and prepared to leave the courtyard. A moment later. In the courtyard, the two of them were leisurely lying on chairs, enjoying the sun. The warm sunlight shone on their bodies, making them feel very comfortable. Yu Qigong picked up a jar of wine and poured it into his mouth as if he was drinking water. Good heavens, this guy's alcohol tolerance is really high. Lao Tzu's alcohol might not even be enough for this guy. Just like that, Yu Qigong finished the entire jar of wine as he muttered under his breath. Good wine. Comfortable. Ha ha ha. On the other hand, Zhang Feng leisurely picked up the jar of wine and poured himself a cup. He tasted it carefully, unlike Yu Qigong's boorish behavior. At this moment, Yu Qigong turned around and asked with interest. I say, Feng, do you have any more of this soap? Give me a few hundred of them. When Zhang Feng heard that, he looked at Yu Qigong strangely and asked in confusion. Why do you need so much soap? If you need it, I can give you a few. 100 of them should be enough for you. Yu Qigong chuckled. Lao Tzu, bring some back to give to my good friends. Zhang Feng looked at Yu Qigong suspiciously. He could not help but be shocked. Could it be that this guy wants to, this? Zhang Feng's eyes widened. He did not dare to imagine that scene and instantly felt a chill run down his spine. When he thought of that, Zhang Feng quickly moved his chair to the side and put some distance between him and Yu Qigong. He looked at Yu Qigong in disbelief. When Yu Qigong saw Zhang Feng looking at him like that, even an idiot knew what Zhang Feng was thinking. He quickly explained. Lao Tzu is giving it to a good friend. It's a girl, not. Damn you, what are you thinking? *CK, do you believe that Lao Tzu will beat you to death? As he said that, Yu Qigong was about to roll up his sleeves and stand up to teach Zhang Feng a lesson. When Zhang Feng saw that, he quickly hid far away, afraid that this guy would flip out. Thus, Zhang Feng shouted. You! Don't come over. Do you believe that I'll tell sister-in-law that you? When Yu Qigong heard this, his arrogance immediately disappeared, and he became like a frosted eggplant. As expected, men were all afraid of women. Seeing that Zhang Feng was threatening him, Yu Qigong was flustered and exasperated. If you dare to tell Lao Tzu, don't think that you'll have it easy. Then, he sat down again and looked at Zhang Feng, who was far away from him. He was really angry, so he turned his head and no longer argued with Zhang Feng about this matter. Thus, he played with the soap in his hand and sniffed it from time to time. He could not help but exclaim that the soap was really good stuff. Then, he asked. Feng Zi, didn't you think of anything else when you set up this bathhouse? When Zhang Feng heard that, he was puzzled and could not help but ask. When I was bored, I set up a place to take a bath and soak in it every day. Yu Qigong's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, is this kid really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Chapter 2244. This bathhouse was so comfortable after a bath. If it turned into a business, it would be a considerable amount of wealth. If this kid didn't want to do it, Lao Tzu could. With that thought, Yu Qigong chuckled. I say, Feng, give me a few hundred or 1,000 for your soap. Lao Tzu can open a bathhouse. When Zhang Feng heard this, he looked at Yu Qigong in surprise and could not help but think. Bathhouse? TSK, Zhang Feng abruptly slapped his own head and suddenly saw the light. Why didn't I think of that? When did this guy's brain become so good? He could even think of such an idea. He couldn't help but be curious. I say, old you, when did you become so smart? Can't you tell? Yu Qigong looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously. Why did those words sound so weird? Nothing good came out of this kid's mouth. Is this kid insulting me or praising me? Is he saying that Lao Tzu is stupid? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Thus, he scolded, what do you mean, kid? Can't Lao Tzu come up with such a good idea? Zhang Feng chuckled. No, I don't mean anything else. Go on. Yu Qigong patted his chest, and his aura instantly rose. Cough cough, he cleared his throat. I'm going to ask you to get me more soap and perfume, then open a bathhouse and spread the news. That way, Lao Tzu will be rich. With that thought, Yu Qigong's eyes were filled with copper coins. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, Zhang Feng smiled but didn't say anything. Seeing Yu Qigong's smug look, he really didn't want to hurt his confidence. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh. I say, old you, you're oversimplifying things. With your IQ, you're only suitable for leading troops to war. You really can't do business. Zhang Feng's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on Yu Qigong's heart, instantly crushing his confidence. Yu Qigong stopped laughing and turned around to ask. Damn you, then what brilliant plan do you have? Why don't you tell me? He was well aware of Zhang Feng's ability. No one could compare with this kid in terms of strategy and business. If this kid had not kept a low profile, he might have been the richest businessman in the Tang dynasty by now. Zhang Feng smiled, picked up the full wine jar, and poured another cup of wine, drained it in one gulp, and said indifferently. To be a businessman, you have to calculate every step of your plan, how to carry it out, what to prepare in the early stages. Your skills are really not enough, old you. Yu Qigong said impatiently. You're the best. Zhang Feng shrugged helplessly with an innocent look on his face. Yu Qigong had the urge to beat someone up. But at this moment, he wanted to hear what Zhang Feng had to say, so he restrained himself. Zhang Feng continued, if it were me, I would first spread the news and attract people to experience it for themselves. After experiencing it, they would then spread the news about the bathhouse. By then, there would be endless people coming to experience it, and it would snowball. Not only that, I'm going to set up a massage area in the bathhouse to provide massage services. This way, not only would the bathhouse be open, but it would also open up a sales channel for perfumes and soaps. Yu Qigong was shocked and couldn't help but admire Zhang Feng's way of doing business. What was this kid's brain made of? Why didn't Lao Tzu think of that? What the f*ck was a massage? Thinking of this, Yu Qigong couldn't help but wonder, Feng, what the f*ck is a massage? At this moment, Yu Qigong was confused. The bathhouse was already novel enough, but this kid came up with a massage? What the f*ck was this? Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Yu Qigong's puzzled look. Lao Yu, this massage is good stuff. It can relax the muscles and promote blood circulation. It's very good for the body. Then what exactly is this? Yu Qigong was like a child who was filled with the unknown and asked curiously. Zhang Feng could only explain, this massage is like what you call traditional Chinese acupuncture. You use your hands to find the various acupuncture points on your body and press them. Hearing that, Yu Qigong looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. He didn't expect massage to be so comfortable like acupuncture. One had to know that he used to lead troops to war all year round. His body often didn't get good rest and was very tired. This kid actually came up with something like a massage. It seemed very interesting. Lao Tzu could give it a try. Thinking of this, Yu Qigong looked at Zhang Feng and chuckled, Feng, how's the relationship between us brothers? Zhang Feng saw Yu Qigong's fawning face and instantly felt a chill run down his spine. This guy definitely has something to ask of me. King know this guy too well. Then, he said with a look of disdain, Lao Tzu, don't try this. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Lao Tzu won't fall for it. A 7-foot-tall muscular man looking at you with a face full of flattery, who would be able to stand it? Seeing that Zhang Feng had compromised, Yu Qigong whispered, Feng, why don't you open this bathhouse and bring Lao Tzu along? We can work together. Chapter 22:45. Zhang Feng looked at Yu Qigong with disdain. He shook his head like a rattledrum and said softly, don't worry. No, 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 absolutely not. He couldn't help but think, if I let this guy run the bathhouse, won't he scare away the customers? How am I supposed to run it? I'd better close it down as soon as possible. Yu Qigong saw Zhang Feng shake his head and couldn't help but ask angrily. Damn you, why can't Lao Tzu do it? Are you looking down on Lao Tzu or something? As he spoke, Yu Qigong's temper flared up. He rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Zhang Feng. When Zhang Feng saw Yu Qigong's stance, he immediately turned around and prepared to run away, afraid that this guy would do something outrageous. As he dodged Yu Qigong, he shouted, I say, old you, we can talk, but we can't use force. You're being boring. This isn't something that can be solved with force. You should know that this matter isn't as simple as you think it is. When Yu Qigong heard that, he stopped in his tracks and said angrily, Then tell me, why can't I do it? When Zhang Feng saw that Yu Qigong didn't move forward, he let out a long sigh of relief. This guy's temper hadn't changed. He was still as stubborn as ever. Then, he said calmly, running a bathhouse is a respectable thing to do. Look at your appearance. It would be strange if you didn't scare the customers to death. How can I let you work with me? When Yu Qigong heard that, he thought, this kid is calling me ugly. Is this kid itching for a beating? Does he want Lao Tzu to loosen his bones? At that moment, his face turned green as he glared at Zhang Feng angrily. It was as if he wanted to swallow him alive. When Zhang Feng saw that, his expression changed and he immediately said, Stop. Stop, old you, I don't mean anything by you accompanying me. Don't think too much. This bathhouse business doesn't make much money anyway. The main thing is to sell the perfumes and soaps. Tell me, how are you going to sell the perfumes and soaps to people like this? When Yu Qigong heard that, his expression softened. When he thought of what Zhang Feng said, he couldn't help but be speechless. This brat was too mean. He clearly despised Lao Tzu for being ugly. However, there was nothing he could do about the business of selling perfumes and soaps. He could just be a hands-off shopkeeper. Yu Qigong thought about it and decided not to do it. Zhang Feng looked at Yu Qigong and smiled without saying anything. It's fine if you want him to be a boss and sit there collecting money, but you want him to sell soap and perfume? With old Yu's image, even if he just stood there and didn't say anything, no one would dare to buy from him. Selling perfumes and soaps was a respectable thing to do. How could a boorish man like him understand these things? Zhang Feng said faintly, Old you take the money and invest in this bathhouse. When we make money, I'll give you a part of it. When Yu Qigong heard this, he felt a little better. Indeed, he might not be suitable for selling perfumes and soaps. Who was this kid going to give this job to? He couldn't help but ask, if you don't let Lao Tzu manage it, then who do you want to find to do this? Yu Qigong's words made Zhang Feng feel awkward. He suddenly pinched his chin and couldn't help but think. This was a problem. Who should he find? The premise was that this person must be absolutely trustworthy, and his image couldn't be bad. When Yu Qigong saw that Zhang Feng didn't say anything, he immediately said, How about Lao Tzu introduce someone to you? When Zhang Feng heard this, he raised his head and looked at Yu Qigong. Who could this guy recommend? Could it be someone as ugly as him? He suddenly widened his eyes and didn't dare to think about it. He couldn't help but ask. Old you, tell me about it. Yu Qigong chuckled. It's that kid Yu Suqian. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this guy's work. When Zhang Feng heard this, he thought about it again. This Yu Suqian was indeed quite reliable, but Yu Suqian was handling the land and other matters for him. He was still outside at the moment. He immediately shook his head and said, No, he's busy with the land. When Yu Qigong heard this, he nodded. He didn't know who was suitable to manage this matter. Zhang Feng returned to the chair, took out 2 cigarettes, and handed one to Yu Qigong. The two smoked, and the air was filled with a strong tobacco smell. Zhang Feng's mind kept thinking about who would manage this bathhouse. This Wu family and Wang family. No. Now that they were in the development period, they were busy with the glazed workshop and the paper mill. Who else could it be? It's best to have a good image. Master, Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru are here to visit. A voice came, pulling Zhang Feng back from his thoughts. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Weren't the 2 ladies of the Zhao family the image representative of this bathhouse? With them, would he be afraid that the soap and perfume wouldn't be able to sell? This way, all his problems would be solved. A moment later, Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru were led by Jia Daoran to the place where Zhang Feng and Yu Qigong were. When the 2 ladies saw Zhang Feng, they were full of anxiety. The two of them came under the orders of the Zhao family's head to befriend Zhang Feng and test Zhang Feng's attitude. Chapter 2246. Prince Zhang, it's been a long time. Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru greeted Zhang Feng warmly. Zhang Feng immediately went forward to greet Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru politely. Indeed, it's been a long time. He then called for Jia Daoran to serve tea. The instant tea leaves and the rich aroma stunned Yuqi Gong, Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru The tea leaves of the Tang dynasty, no matter what kind of tea it was, were all crushed and then stewed in a pot with condiments. However, Zhang Feng's tea was different. Not only did it have a rich aroma, but its color and shape were also very different from the tea leaves of today. Everyone's eyes lit up. This thing was good stuff. Zhang Feng took in the greedy looks of the two girls and old Yu. He then chuckled and said, I didn't know that the two of you would be visiting today, it's like this. Zhao Yu walked forward and smiled. Can't we talk about old times with Prince Zhang? In an instant. A trace of doubt flashed across Zhang Feng's face. Then, he smiled and said, What are you talking about? Come on, the tea is here. Let's sit down and have a drink. The two girls sat down. Zhao Yu picked up the teacup and took a sip. She couldn't help but praise the tea. She couldn't help but be amazed. She didn't expect Prince Zhang to know so much about tea. The tea he made was indeed fragrant and delicious. Yuqi Gong looked at Zhang Feng with dissatisfaction. This guy can't even move after seeing a beauty. He picked up the wine jar and drank, ignoring them. Zhao Yu said, Prince Zhang is now a big shot in Jiangnan. The business under him is like the sun in the sky. I'm so envious. Zhang Feng heard that and couldn't help but wonder what Zhao Yu meant. They must have been sent by the head of the Zhao family. It seemed that the Zhao family wanted to be on good terms with him and get some benefits. That was why they sent them here. Last time, he had made things very clear. This time, he must have a purpose. Seeing this, Zhang Feng smiled and said, It's just a small business. How can it compare to the Zhao family? I'm just trying to make a living. When Yuqi Gong heard Zhang Feng's words, he almost spat out the wine he had just drunk. He resisted the urge to laugh and looked at Zhang Feng with disdain. This brat was too damn good at pretending. Lao Tzu could not stand it anymore. Zhao Yu giggled when she heard this. She covered her mouth with her hand and said coquettishly. On the way here, the two of us saw construction going on everywhere in the city. After asking around, I found out that Prince Zhang is building a paper mill and a glazed workshop. There's a long queue at the entrance of the paper mill in the city. Many scholars and students are lining up to buy your paper. The line has already stretched all the way out of the city. Prince Zhang must have made a lot of money. When Zhang Feng heard this, he was quite surprised. He did not expect the paper business to be so popular. It seemed that it would soon dominate the entire Jiangnan market. What did Zhao Yu mean by that? Zhang Feng slapped his forehead and suddenly realized that Zhao Yu was mocking him for forgetting her friend and wanted him to give her some benefits. No wonder it sounded so weird. Zhang Feng said, Miss Zhao, from what you're saying, it's just a small business. If you're interested, I have a business deal for you. When Zhao Yu heard this, she could not help but be surprised. It seemed that Prince Zhang knew the purpose of her visit. But what did he mean by that? Did he really want to help the Zhao family? That's impossible, right? She asked doubtfully, what does Prince Zhang mean by that? This young lady is willing to listen to Prince Zhang's wise advice. Zhang Feng picked up the teapot unhurriedly and poured himself a cup of tea. He took a sip of the tea. He let out a long sigh. He said, It's like this. I'm planning to open a bathhouse. When the time comes, the Zhao family will be in charge. What do you think? When Zhao Yu heard this, she was extremely puzzled. She had never heard of this before. What's a bathhouse? She could not help but ask, Prince Zhang, what's a bathhouse? Zhang Feng smiled and said, it's a place for bathing. But my bathhouse is very big. There's a big pool for many people to bathe in. You two are so beautiful. This is the image of the bathhouse. It just so happens that you're in charge of selling perfumes and soaps. With this, it's hard not to make money. What do you think? Zhang Feng's words made Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru's faces turn red like apples. They did not expect the business deal that Prince Zhang was talking about to be such a shameful matter. They were instantly infuriated. They cursed loudly. Shameless. We're really rude to visit you today. With that, Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru turned and left the courtyard in a huff. At that moment, Zhang Feng stood there, not knowing what to do. His mind was blank. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Why did they leave? I introduced such a profitable business to them, but they didn't appreciate it and even scolded me. What the F***ck is going on? Chapter 2247. At that moment, Zhang Feng was in a bad mood. All he did was introduce a business to them. Did they have to have such a big reaction? He suddenly felt like crying. Women's hearts were like needles at the bottom of the ocean. As he said that, he picked up the wine jar and poured a full glass of wine, then drank it in one gulp. Yu Qigong, who was next to him, saw Zhang Feng's speechless expression and couldn't hold it in any longer. He burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Lao Tzu is dying of laughter. Feng, you're really something. Lao Tzu has never seen someone as shameless as you. Zhang Feng heard that and rolled his eyes at Yu Qigong. Damn you. You're not comforting Lao Tzu, and you're laughing at me. Do you believe that I won't let you invest anymore? Zhang Feng put on a posture to scare Yu Qigong. Who asked this guy to laugh at him? He was already speechless, but he still had to be mocked by this guy. Yu Qigong stopped laughing and looked at Zhang Feng helplessly. Don't, Feng, I'm not laughing at you, but it would be strange if they weren't angry with what you did just now. Zhang Feng heard that and was speechless. He didn't say anything. He just handed the business of the bathhouse to the Zhao family. Was he wrong again? He couldn't help but say, did King explode? Old you, explain yourself clearly. Yu Qigong chuckled and said, Feng, are you really muddle-headed or pretending to be muddle-headed? She's a lady. You're talking to a lady about a bathhouse? You're asking a lady to go to a men's bathhouse? What are you thinking about in that head of yours every day? Zhang Feng heard that and felt like he was struck by lightning. Why didn't I think of that? This was the Tang dynasty, the era where feudalism was the strongest. Talking to a lady about a bathhouse was simply slandering her reputation. Why did he make such a low-level mistake? The fact that they didn't report him to the authorities and didn't kill him was already considered a good deed. Now that he thought of the two women's appearance just now, Zhang Feng wished he could slap himself. No wonder they scolded him and left in a huff. What should he do now? Seeing this, Yu Qigong went up to comfort him. Feng Zi, don't worry too much. We can talk about this later. Why don't you tell Lao Tzu about the massage in the bathhouse first? When Zhang Feng heard this, he turned his head and looked at Yu Qigong in annoyance. Didn't I tell you before? Why are you still asking? Yu Qigong immediately ridiculed. F***ck you just said something that you didn't understand, and it made Lao Tzu's heart itch. Now, tell Lao Tzu what's going on. Zhang Feng reclined on the chair and continued to bask in the sunlight, feeling very comfortable. This fellow was simply a weirdo. He asked about everything and couldn't even remember what he said. At this moment, Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He stretched lazily and said lazily, This massage has a long history and has been around since a long time ago. Back then, when people encountered pain due to injuries while working, they instinctively used their hands to massage the painful area. Then, they would feel the pain lessen or disappear. Do you understand? Yuchi Gong was confused by what he heard and was speechless. It felt like this kid was messing with him. What exactly was that thing he was talking about? He was completely confused and didn't know what was going on. He seemed to understand, but also didn't quite understand. He was just extremely curious. He said angrily, "Kid, can you be more direct? Tell me what you're going to do with the bathhouse." Zhang Feng was instantly amused by Yuchi Gong and couldn't help but laugh. What he said was indeed like a heavenly book to a boor like him. He continued, "As for me, I'm going to set up a massage room in the bathhouse and find some people to teach them massage techniques. After the customers have finished bathing, they will be able to relax their tired bodies." Yuchi Gong finally understood a little and couldn't help but nod, gesturing for Zhang Feng to continue. Yuchi Gong was most interested in this kind of novel thing, especially since Zhang Feng could always bring him endless surprises and make him admire him endlessly. Seeing this, Zhang Feng continued, "Not only that, I'm also going to prepare some medicine packets made of Chinese herbs and soak them in the wooden tub. During the massage, I'll let the customers soak their feet in the tub. You have to know that these are very beneficial to the body. Not only can it relieve fatigue, but it can also relax the muscles and promote blood circulation. At the same time, I'll also teach them some acupuncture techniques to expel dampness and toxins." This, if it was set up, in Jiangnan and even the Tang dynasty, it would definitely be more awesome than traditional Chinese massage. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Yuchi Gong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If the bathhouse was set up like this, it would definitely be unprecedented in the Tang dynasty. Although he didn't really understand it, he felt that this thing was extremely awesome. Moreover, this thing would definitely make a lot of money. When the time came, he would definitely make a lot of money. He couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart. He really wanted to try the massage and soak in it. Yuchi Gong looked at Zhang Feng excitedly and said, "I say, Feng Zi, when you're done with such a good thing, don't forget Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu must come and try it." Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile and nod, agreeing to this guy's request. Otherwise, he would come looking for trouble every day. He wouldn't be able to deal with this guy. Chapter 2248. Unknowingly, Zhang Feng and Yuchi Gong drank until night fell. Yuchi Gong was fine, but Zhang Feng was already a little tipsy, burping as he leaned back in his chair. "Burp, I say, old you, your alcohol tolerance is really good. I'm impressed." Ha ha ha, Yuchi Gong looked at Zhang Feng's drunken state and could not help but laugh. He had only been drinking for a short while and this kid was already drunk. His alcohol tolerance was really low. He laughed and said, "Feng, you really can't do it." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Yuchi Gong and could not help but curse. "Damn you, you guessed that I can't do it. Your whole family can't do it." Yuchi Gong laughed through his tears. "Alright, I'll stop boasting with you. Old man will take his leave first. You should rest early." Zhang Feng lay in his chair and did not want to move. He only felt dizzy and uncomfortable. He waved his hand to indicate that he would not see Yuchi Gong out. Yuchi Gong saw this and shook his head helplessly before leaving Zhang Feng's mansion. Zhang Feng sat in his chair and looked up at the sky. Endless thoughts flashed through his mind. Unknowingly, he had been in this world for so many years that he could no longer remember. When would this F***Ketup system be activated? If not for Lao Tzu's extraordinary intelligence, he would have been sacrificed in this world. Sigh, Zhang Feng let out a long sigh. The starry night hung high in the sky, and the moonlight dimmed as if something had bitten it. The moonlight and starlight converged in Zhang Mansion. At that moment, Jingshu opened the door with a lantern in her hand. She was about to go to the courtyard to look for Zhang Feng. She could not help but worry after drinking with Yu Qigong until late at night. She knew Zhang Feng's alcohol tolerance. Thinking of that, she could not help but quicken her steps. A moment later, Jingshu slowly came to the courtyard. She saw Zhang Feng lying on a chair and looking at the starry sky in a daze. She didn't know what he was thinking. She stepped forward and placed her slender hand on Zhang Feng's shoulder, pulling Zhang Feng back from his thoughts. He could not help but turn his head. Jingshu looked at Zhang Feng worriedly. Zhang Feng blushed and looked at Jingshu with a helpless smile. "You've come." Jingshu nodded and said softly, "Don't you know how to drink less? You know that you can't hold your liquor well, yet you still." Zhang Feng chuckled and raised his hand to rub his temples. His heart was filled with helplessness. Who asked that guy to be so good at drinking? He took the opportunity to pull Jingshu into his arms and caressed Jingshu's face. He looked at Jingshu with a gentle expression. Jingshu blushed under Zhang Feng's gaze. For a moment, they did not know what to say. The two looked at each other affectionately for a long time. Zhang Feng paused. "Right, Jingshu, let me show you something good. Come with me." Before Jingshu could react, she was pulled by Zhang Feng to the place where Zhang Feng showered. On the way, Jingshu could not help but ask curiously, "Where are you taking me?" Zhang Feng put his hand on his mouth and made a shushing gesture. Jingshu would know when they arrived. Jingshu did not ask any more questions. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the place where Zhang Feng showered. With a creak, the bathroom door opened. Jingshu was shocked by everything in front of her. She did not know what to say for a moment. She asked curiously, "Prince Zhang, this is..." Zhang Feng chuckled and pulled Jingshu's little hand into the room. The wet water vapor filled the entire room. The big pool was steaming at this time. The steam in the room made Jingshu's body water droplets appear. Jingshu looked at everything around her. Her heart was filled with all kinds of questions. Zhang Feng spread his hands and explained with confidence, "This is where I usually shower." "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" "What?" Jingshu was shocked and embarrassed. Prince Zhang actually brought her to the place where he bathed. What should she do? However, this place was indeed very big. She had never seen it before. One had to know that they used to bathe in things like wooden buckets. This was the first time she had seen a bathtub like this. It was very novel. Jingshu's ears and face were red. She asked, "Prince Zhang, why is this bathtub different from what we usually use?" Zhang Feng walked in front of Jingshu and lifted the hair on her forehead with his hand. He looked at the shy Jingshu and whispered, "I call this a bathtub. It is a place that can accommodate many people taking a bath. Moreover, this big bathtub is heated by the heating pool outside, so there won't be any problems with the temperature. Moreover, the water is flowing." When Jingshu heard that there were many people taking a bath, she was so embarrassed that her neck turned red. She pinched Zhang Feng's body. Zhang Feng cried out in pain. "Ouch, Jingshu, you're shameless." Zhang Feng looked at Jingshu innocently. His heart was filled with infinite depression. "What's wrong with Lao Tzu today? Two women are talking about me like that. Forget about Miss Zhao, even my own woman is talking about me like that. I'm innocent." Zhang Feng's face was sullen. He muttered, "What's wrong with you today? You're talking about me like that too." Jingshu was attracted by Zhang Feng's whispering. Did other women talk about him like that? She was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She couldn't help but look into Zhang Feng's eyes and said angrily, "Tell me, who else talked about you like that?"